And let's cut the chase and straight go live across to Washington, D.C., the epicenter of all the action from there. Nina Scotts continues to be live with us. Nina Scotts, how is it finally now panning out? Do we still have some clarity? Good morning to you. So is today morning a little different than yesterday? It's been 24 hours while both camps are claiming that they are winners. Nina, can you hear us? Okay. What is the latest that you're picking up from both camps, considering both have made tall claims that Biden says be patient while Trump has already declared a win of sorts? We're going to try and connect Nina Scotts in a bit. There seems to be a bit of an audio snag there, but we promise you we'll get you live report from Washington, D.C. And before we do so, we have a power-packed show lined up, and Ramesh is going to tell more about it. Ramesh.
Right, just to bring our viewers up to speed, Biden is leading at 224 electoral college seats as compared to Trump, who is won 213 electoral college votes. Remember, a candidate, Biden or Trump, have to win 270 electoral seats outright to become the next U.S. president. And this is the tally after counting of votes in 41 out of those 50 U.S. states and the District of Columbia. So this is the tally at the moment. Biden 224, Trump 213. And we'll get you all the latest from our reporters on the ground, including Maria in Washington, D.C. And our guest will be joining us very shortly.
Yes, and first up, before we move on to all that action that we've lined up for you in this special show, let's take a look at the headlines. The race between Donald Trump and Joe Biden is on a knife edge with no clear winner as voting counting continues. The U.S. is on course for its highest turnout in more than a century, and there might not be a result for days.
President Trump is so far projected to win 23 states, including Texas, Ohio, and must win Florida. He's outperformed pollsters' predictions. Biden could take Arizona, but is facing a much tougher fight than expected in Nevada.
And results available so far suggest a tight contest in important battlegrounds such as Arizona, Georgia, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania.
President Trump makes claims of fraud and says he will launch a Supreme Court challenge even though millions of votes are still to be counted. Biden says he's on track to win and that the counting will not stop.
Meanwhile, Facebook warns users about President Trump's victory claim, runs notifications so that everyone knows votes are still being counted, and the winner has not been projected yet. While Twitter placed a warning on a tweet from Trump in which it says without evidence that they are trying to steal the elections.
All right, let's go across to Nina Maria Potts, Washington, D.C. Nina, help us understand the latest on the results so far and the early leads. What's the sense you're picking up? What are the numbers? How do the numbers stack up?
Well, Americans have woken up this morning to a deep sense of uncertainty without knowing who the next president will be. Both President Trump and Democratic challenger Joe Biden claiming victory. Joe Biden narrowly ahead in the Electoral College votes by 238 to President Trump's 213, a much tighter race than anybody expected. President Trump has claimed victory and wants the counting to stop now, threatening legal action. He has lawyered up and also threatening to invoke the Supreme Court. The area of focus right now is on three three important states, main states: Wisconsin, where Joe Biden seems to be narrowly in the lead, Michigan and Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania took in its last votes at 8 p.m. on the final day of voting, Election Day, and it will turn in its results by Friday at 5 p.m. But even if these uncounted votes that President Trump is threatening to contest do take just a few days more, with legal battles shaping up, it may be that we do not get a definitive result for several weeks yet. Joe Biden striking a slightly more optimistic tone, asking Americans to be patient. He wants every vote counted.
Yes. And Trump wants to move the top court, and he's made it very, very clear, either I win or I move to court. And I think he dropped that hint earlier in the day also. But how is America, by and large, both camps, irrespective of the political lines, really responding to this situation of uncertainty? The people out there, has this come on expected lines for Americans, this delay?
Well, I think the big takeaway from this election is that the pollsters once again got it wrong. President Trump went into this election with a 1 in 10 chance of winning. Joe Biden was the clear favorite and had many more paths to victory and to the White House than Donald Trump. And yet, Donald Trump's message on the economy seemed to hit home with many Americans around the country. And I think what this result, as we look at the numbers, and in some places really neck and neck, and of course President Trump took the all-important state of Florida, where he was expected to lose elderly voters and also suburban women. He appears not to have done that, in fact made gains in Miami among Latinos. What this election reveals is that the split between Republicans and Democrats is almost 50-50, and we've seen a similar situation play out in the Senate, with a much tighter race than the polls suggested.
Nina, what do we know about the turnout or voting percentage, and also how does it compare to previous elections?
Well, we still aren't completely sure of the turnout, except to say that it is high. We will get some definitive answers on that a bit later, but Americans were very, very motivated to vote in this election, despite the fact that the sequence and the way in which the vote was organized through a pandemic which has crippled America. Despite that, people did turn out in droves on Election Day itself, on the final day of voting, and they turned out in tens of millions. Nearly 102 million voted ahead of the election. We're just waiting for these uncounted votes to be counted, but President Trump, as I say, wants that count to stop here.
And just for us to understand this a little more, are there political fortunes, both of them really hinging still on certain key battlegrounds, or it is almost certain that incumbent President Donald Trump actually jumped the gun?
I think there is a certain sense that President Trump claimed victory far too early, but he is going into this as if he's going into battle. And so, yes, there are key battleground states which are coming into sharper focus. Wisconsin, as I say, Michigan and Pennsylvania. He had some unexpected wins. Ohio and Iowa have gone to Trump, but still, you know, it's very, very difficult to say definitively because there are still these unaccounted votes.
All right, and what about the uncertainty regarding the violence, the simmering tension that was really anticipated, for which we have seen the way the whole, in fact, entire United States of America turned into virtual fortress in the last so many days. But do you think the situation, in fact, in contrast, has been quite calm and peaceful?
Well, there's been an eerie silence on the streets of Washington, D.C., where tensions were definitely heightened and security was very much tighter in anticipation of protests, but the reason for any violence now has somewhat shifted. I think there was an expectation that if either side lost, then either Trump supporters or Biden supporters would come out to protest if the result didn't go their way. Instead, what we're looking at is the potential for violence if this election continues to be contested and if President Trump's camp does not back down.
Nina, finally, when do we want to know in India, when do we expect a final clear picture? Because, you know, different sections of media, whether it's state media or private broadcasters in USA, have their own narratives and stories and rhetorics and battlegrounds and trends, some claiming Biden, some claiming Trump. But what happens next, really?
Nina, what are the newspaper headlines like in the US this Wednesday morning? Can you give us a flavor of the newspaper front pages, if you will?
Well, I mean, if I knew the answer to when we would get a result, I'd be a billionaire for sure. And the newspapers this morning, I would say, are slightly more cautious. The New York Times, the Washington Post, I think a little bit surprised by the results so far and extremely careful. I think yet again we've seen the polls getting it wrong. President Trump, although he's a little bit behind Biden, he still did a lot better than anyone expected. And I think what the newspapers this morning reflect is the fact that this country is deeply divided, but it's divided pretty much down the middle.
All right, on that note, Nina Maria Potts in Washington, D.C., thank you once again for joining us on this special broadcast. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
And we'll be joined by Anil Thomas in a bit. But before we go to Anil, let's also tell our viewers the kind of lineup that we have for our viewers in this chunk of the broadcast. We will be joined by former ambassador Ms. Neelam Deo in a short while from now. And we will, in fact, Ms. Deo has also served in various embassies, including Washington, D.C. We will be also joined by Rajiv Nayan, foreign policy expert and nuclear expert at IDSA. Professor Ram Ramachandran, our guest from USA, are also standing by. They will be joining us. He's a technocrat and also Indian origin from Indian origin American. And we will be talking to them and getting you what is happening brewing in the Trump and Biden camp. But before that, I think Ramesh, our colleague Anil, is ready with all the arithmetics and the politics behind arithmetics and who stands where. And here you have Anil Thomas. So red continues to go red and blue continues to go blue, or blue getting into red zones and vice versa, Anil?
Well, good evening, Sakal and Ramesh. It's going to be an exciting evening. Remember, United States of anxiety. That's how the American president, this particular election has been described, and it's surely going down to the wire. Still too close to call for anybody, but then Biden surely making great inroads after what we saw, you know, the early storm that Trump had managed to get. Biden slowly, as those mail-in votes are getting open, Biden slowly making inroads. Biden consolidating himself, but we'll still have to wait and watch. Looking at this popular vote, this is a popular vote. Remember, a popular vote does not make you the president of America, but in the popular vote, Joe Biden once again consolidating himself, 50% of the votes with him. Trump having 48.3%. You know, this is slowly now shifting because the percentage that Donald Trump was holding is slowly reducing with every passing hour. And Biden is consolidating, but we're still not clear when it comes to the picture, the overall picture. This is the industrial state, or the Rust state as it is called. Donald Trump clearly Minnesota, Michigan, Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. Minnesota is already decided. It's gone to Joe Biden. So that's particularly very clear. This particular, the first state in this states that are, you know, you call the swing states, the first state of Minnesota is clearly with Biden. But rest of the three still in circulation. And Pennsylvania, as I mentioned yesterday, the tipping state, that's going to go down to the wire. That's almost till Friday. You'll have to wait for the result. But Minnesota clearly going to Biden. So one up for Biden. But this seat or this particular state was with Hillary Trump in 2016. So this is not a swing that's happening. But here, the Biden camp or the Democrat camp able to retain the seat of Minnesota. That's important for them. Retaining their particular positions of strength. And this particular state here, Minnesota, going to Biden and Biden's camp. That's the Democrats. But rest of the states still very much open. Very much wide open. Why I would say? Because in Michigan, this lead is not much. The lead is just over 20,000. Now coming to the southern states, or the sunshine states that you would call them: Florida, Georgia, North Carolina and Texas. Remember, Florida is taken by the Trump camp. Texas taken by the Trump camp. So there are 2 seats here in the sunshine states down south, Georgia and North Carolina. How are they positioned? In Georgia, the lead that Trump holds is roughly around 103,000 votes. So the lead is not much considering the amount of votes that are still to be counted in. In North Carolina, the lead is less than a lakh, a little over 75,000, 76,000 votes is what Trump is leading. These 2 seats, all 4 seats were held by the Trump camp or the Republicans in 2016. So it's a crucial state. If 2 states from here, if one of them swings for the Biden or the Democratic camp, things could become much easier for them. But looking at the final 4 swing states, the last 4 swing states of the 12 that we got for you, the final 4 swing states, that's Arizona, Nevada, Ohio, Iowa. Ohio and Iowa have been taken by Donald Trump. These are states that he had. He's retained them. So there's nothing to look forward to here. These 2 states going to Donald Trump and the Republicans. Nevada is an interesting state. Why? Because Nevada was held by the Democrats in 2016. In this particular seat in Nevada, Biden is leading by just 7,600 odd points, or 647 votes. But this particular seat of Arizona, that's going to be the opener, or that's where the Democrats are looking for the first blue mark to hit the red camp. And this particular seat is where Biden is now opened a lead of 130,000. And that could be the interesting seat, because if that particular state is won, 11 more seats or 11 more states or 11 more points or 11 more votes, let me put it that way, 11 more votes come into the Biden camp. And that's very crucial for the Democrats, because they are looking for that landslide win. That's not happened. Why that did not happen, that's a cause of concern. But this is how the way things stand at this point of time. 12 swing states broken into 3 parts, almost 5 states being taken there at this point of time, but 5 generally swimming in Trump's favor or in the favor of Republicans. And surely this is helping the Trump camp bounce back in this particular election. Many said it's going to be one-sided, but the Trump camp or no pollster ever said that Trump is out of the race. That's the problem, because nobody called Trump out of the race, and this is why he's back in the business. Now look at the states that have called, or the results that have come in. Florida, Texas, Ohio, Iowa, all 4 going to the Republicans. If you look at this particular state, Minnesota, this is the only state that's come to Biden of the states where results have come in. But this is the state that he held in 2016, or Hillary Clinton held it in 2016. So it's just retaining that position when it comes to the Joe Biden or the Democratic camp. Now let's look at the states that have not called, or the states where results have not come in. Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, North Carolina. 4 states where all the 4 states, remember, all the 4 states were held by the Trump camp, and all 4 states they are leading. When you look at Joe Biden, he's still got Minnesota, Arizona and Nevada to look forward to. 3 states that the Biden camp is looking at, in which Minnesota was held by the Biden camp in 2016, but Arizona and Nevada, the 2 places, Nevada also in 2016 was held by the Hillary. So the only big inroad that they're going to look at is Arizona, where they're going to lead or whether they're going to make. But remember, it's a 130,000 vote call that they are ahead on. Things could still change, but we'll have to wait and watch for that to happen. Now looking at how this particular swing state of Florida, what happened in Florida, because Florida was a big game changer. Why I say Florida was a big game changer, because right from 1964 to 2016, any candidate who's managed to win Florida is managed to get his ticket to the White House, except for 1992 when George H.W. Bush won the election. He was the incumbent president. He won the election. He won the state of Florida, but he failed to reach the White House. So that's why it's an important state, because this is winning Florida is considered to be the ticket to White House. In this particular election, Biden was hoping to win it. If Biden would have won this particular state of Florida, it would have been a landslide for the Democrats. That's what's not happened. Trump has managed to retain it, as a result of which this particular election opens up. Now Trump has won it. It becomes a tight race for anybody to call, and that's where this particular morning when we were looking at Florida with keen interest, since Florida is not gone Biden's way, things have opened up in this particular election. Now let's look at the election campaigns. Finally it all boils down to the election campaigns. Where did it go wrong? Too early to call, but then where did it go wrong? Look at it, diametrically opposite when you look at the 2 camps. Why would I say that? Biden, he believed more in phone, and we even saw a video of Barack Obama calling up voters, asking them to vote, requesting them to request their family members also to go out and vote. So this was the strategy that Biden used, as compared to a Trump who was more on a knock-on-door kind of a campaign that he had, where he believed that his volunteers should go knock at the doors of people, tell them that they need to vote for Donald Trump. And even you look at his campaign trails that he had, it was more of, you know, a concert kind of a performance where he interacted with the voters directly and asked them to vote for him. So that was a big game changer for that. Whereas even in terms of ad spends, you know, purely if you look at a Biden campaign, Biden had almost 3 times the TV ad bookings as compared to Trump. So purely a strategy that would be discussed if things don't go right for Biden in this particular elections. But you know, that's going to be interesting, especially considering the fact, you know, many expected this to be a cakewalk, or at least what the national and state poll surveys indicated, that Trump is going to have a tough time against Biden. But that's not the way it seems at this point of time. It's surely going to be interesting. I'll leave you one possible thought, you know. We are with you all through this election, but remember, this particular election is now going down to the wire, and it's too difficult to call. You know, I would still feel that you'll have to wait till tomorrow morning to see how things pan out. But it's going to be an election that's going to be, you know, worth waiting for, and it's going to go down to that final ball.
Absolutely, right down to the wire, as you put it, Anil. Thank you so much for joining us with that elaborate presentation. Appreciate it. All right, time to bring in our guests on this special broadcast. We have 3 guests lined up. We have Dr. Rajiv Nayan. He is a foreign policy and nuclear expert who was with the IDSA, the Manohar Parrikar Institute of Defense Studies and Analyses in New Delhi. Professor Ram Ramchandran from New Jersey in the US is a technocrat of Indian origin, and will be joined shortly by Ambassador Neelam Deo as well. She is a former Indian ambassador who is currently the director of Gateway House, a public policy think tank headquartered in Mumbai in India. All right, welcome Dr. Nayan and Professor Ramachandran on this special broadcast. Good to have you on this show. If I can start with you, Dr. Nayan. Now, you are the foreign policy and nuclear expert on this panel for this hour. Now, from your vantage, what specifically would you be looking for in either a Trump 2.0 or a Biden, given your interest and you know, your expertise in nuclear issues as well as foreign policy? So how would you rate the two, Trump 2.0 versus a Biden, from your perspective, your vantage?
Look, for India, I don't think whether it is Biden or Trump's continuance of Trump. I think we have to deal with both. Both have got some plus points and minus points. So we have to work on, consolidate whatever has been gained so far. And we have to look at the negative sides of both the candidates so far. If they become president, then how to manage it. Starting with the issue which have been raised in the media when Kamala Harris candidature was announced. Many apprehended that the coming of or the candidature of Kamala Harris will somehow radicalize Democrats' administration's foreign policies towards India, and we will have to face tough times. I don't think it is going to happen. On nuclear issue, as you rightly pointed out, this is my area of expertise. We had apprehended when Obama came to power, and what did we see? Nothing happened. There is convergence in the perspectives of both the sides, and there is maturity in the polities. In fact, not only India, also in the United States. Both sides that we have to deal with each other, and I don't see any radical departure whosoever comes to power in the foreign policy realm. So I am quite confident we will deal with them. We'll deal with Kamala Harris, or we'll deal with Joe Biden. We'll deal with Trump. Trump is slightly known, unpredictable character, but we have started knowing about him, so we know where will
so
the
essentially
problem.
What you're saying, Dr. Nayan, is bring it on, be it Trump 2.0 or Biden Harris. We'll figure out, we'll find a way out.
Yes,
Fair
because I just like to point out 2 issues.
Sure.
Generally, these 2 issues were flagged and generally pointed out by analysts in India and abroad as well. So one of the issues was CAA, Citizenship Amendment Act, which was continuously frequently cited. Look, the entire anti-CAA campaign was based on misinformation. People didn't know what this act is all about. They did not know at that time, they don't know now also. They have nothing to do with Indian minorities. So I think this kind of propaganda reached Kamala Harris, and she had made some statement at that particular point of time. So we'll have to talk to her, we'll tell her, we'll have to explain, and in fact, we have to launch this kind of a counter-offensive on people who are misinforming the international community as well as our own people. So I don't think there should be any difficulties. We have got facts on our side and we will deal with that. Second, about human rights. Why should we be scared of human rights? Ours is a democratic country, and in democracy, we care for rights. We have got constitution. That constitution talks about human rights, fundamental rights. And second thing, we have got institutions. We have got laws and we have got institutions which any mature democracy will generally have, and we also have got. And we punish people, those who violate our own citizens' fundamental rights or human rights. So on that point of time, on that count also, we don't have to just fear. Second, there could be clash of perspectives. So we have been doing since our independence. We are telling them that, look, your concept of human rights needs to be reoriented, needs to be understood. Listen to us. This should not be just ethnocentric vision of human rights. We will contribute to the making of international regime on human rights. We are also ready to build international regime on any other issues which are good for global public. We are good for international community. Yes.
Let's quickly get in a word from Professor Ramachandran, who is joining us live from New Jersey, and I think it's around 9 a.m. or 10 a.m. in the morning out there. Good morning to you, Professor Ramachandran. Now, would you agree that Trump has actually outperformed many poll pundits out there, but at the same time, Biden is also in for a very tougher fight than expected? And look at the contrasting reactions. You have Trump, who has clearly said that I am going to the court, and you have Biden, who says, wait, the last vote is counted and then we talk. So, what's the sense? I mean, we might analyze it so much threadbare in our studios in America and India, across the globe. Well, what is the average American thinking as we speak? Was this really expected? Unprecedented long wait despite humongous voter turnout in the century.
Good evening, Sakal. Thank you very much for having me, and good evening, Rajiv, as well. Yeah, this has been a pretty interesting evening from last night. Since 7 o'clock when we started tracking the polls, and I think it was a story of two roads taken, right? The first half of the election results that came in through the absentee ballots and the mail-in ballots clearly seemed to indicate trend towards Biden. And then as they started counting yesterday's votes, during the election day votes, things started really taking shape differently. So from that perspective, I think, to your question, whether the pundits got it wrong, I would say that the pundits were a little more cautious this time, even though the projections indicated that there is going to be a blowout by Biden, but clearly they were also cautious around, even if you look at Nate Silvers and other, pollsters, they were cautious about the fact that the model could still be wrong. And so I think what Trump had done was extremely smart as a politician in terms of reaching out to the specific, in a very targeted way, certain counties that, that could turn and flip and bring in the right kinds of votes. So, for example, in Florida, the Miami-Dade County, he just went straight at those points. So, increased the vote yesterday, right? So, the general mood here is, I would say, again, it's calm. It is not what everyone expected. Even though some of the, shops and other institutions are boarded up.
Yes.
Because they're thinking of potential violence and other types of issues. But nothing so far has happened, right?
Okay, thankfully. Professor Ramachandran, very briefly, We know these have been highly polarized elections this time around, as I also take this opportunity to welcome Ambassador Neelam Dev. Very quickly, Professor Ramachandran, is the Indian diaspora equally divided as well? Because of the Kamala Harris factor, we'll later analyze, has it actually made a significant difference to Biden's, whatever the outcome is. But Indian diaspora, remember in the previous shows we discussed this, that Indian diaspora is going to play a very crucial role. But now looking at the pattern that is emerging, has it been consequential for both?
So if you think about first with the Asian Americans, right? Asian Americans, it's just like the Hispanic groups, they have very different expectations from the different parties. So if you look at the Vietnamese Americans and the Korean Americans, they generally break towards the Republicans. The Indian Americans, in most cases, even though they may be from an economically affluent community, they generally break towards the Democrats. I think that is what has happened this time, and especially in the tech sector, in the California region, there has been a lot more emphasis on supporting the both at the presidential as well as at the Senate races by the Indian communities towards the Democrats rather than with the Republicans. I think that's been a general breakout between again, I don't have all the polling data in terms of how it has been separated out, but there has been a general tendency for the Indian Americans to break towards the, towards, whether it is due to the Kamala Harris factor or not, but generally because of the social agendas, and the immigration agenda, I think there seems to be a tendency towards the Democrats.
Right.
Right. Ambassador Theo, welcome to this broadcast. Now, Professor Ramachandran described the situation as calm. I'm just wondering, is it the calm before the storm? Now, the results are delayed, uncertainty prevails. We are still waiting for the big picture to emerge. Those crucial Rust Belt states, Michigan, Wisconsin, also going across to Pennsylvania, Georgia, North Carolina, still up for grabs. And I'm just wondering here, could it swing either way? I mean, it's 224 to Biden versus 213 to Trump. How do the numbers stack up from your perspective? What do you make of the numbers coming in at this moment? And looking ahead, who do you think might eventually come to occupy the White House, if you want to stick your neck out, that is?
I think at this moment, if you look at the states which have still not been called, and always remember that they are being called by the media, they are not being called by the state governments. Those, in many of them, Trump has a very narrow lead, less than 1%, just over 1%, 2%, and since it is mostly, mailing votes, which are going to be counted, the expectation clearly is that at least some of them will go Democratic. Otherwise, why would Trump want everything to be stopped? Why would he want the whole process to be overturned if he did not, if he actually thought he was winning anyway? Why would he go to the Supreme Court, make all this tamasha, so to speak? So I would say that at this moment, Biden looks better placed.
Okay.
And that may explain why Trump is acting the way he is acting. On the other hand, it's an election, the margins are narrow, and it remains a fact that Trump has consolidated his base and he has managed to increase the actual number of votes cast for the Republicans. So it has not been some kind of a blue wave and a Biden victory of the sort that the polls were predicting. So the polls are certainly have come out all wrong. But at this crucial moment, I think we have to examine why is it that Trump wants to stop the counting of mail-in votes.
Right. Right. If I can also bring in Professor Ramachandran now. Professor Ramachandran, from your vantage, what do you make of the numbers coming in the sense that some people call it too close to call, Others describe the legal uncertainty surrounding the election results. But in your perspective, how would you describe the numbers as they stack up right now as we speak? Would you say that it's an endorsement of Joe Biden or a referendum, so to speak, on Trump?
Yeah, it's a very interesting question in terms of how things are will shape out. What I would say is that to answer your first question, the impact is going to come from the mail-in votes, obviously. So if you look at this very specifically, votes in Michigan, I'm tracking Michigan and Pennsylvania specifically.
Okay.
There are in Pennsylvania, there are about 1.78 million votes that still needs to be counted, right? And currently Trump is leading by about 700,000 odd votes. Now the question is, out of this 1.78 million votes, most of them are in two primary, from a Democratic standpoint, two primary counties, Allegheny and one other county which is bordering New Jersey. Now, those two counties, there are very few votes still to come in. One of them, it is 70% done, so 30% remaining. In the other one, there is only about 10% of counting to be done. So in the Bucks County and the Allegheny County, those are the Democratic strongholds. If the mail-in ballots can overcome the 700,000 deficit that Democrats have, then clearly that can put some Pennsylvania in play for the Democrats. And if what people consider is Pennsylvania is the tipping point, and if the whoever wins Pennsylvania is likely to be in the White House. So the other aspect is the Michigan, right? Even in Michigan, there is very few votes to be counted, and some of them are from the Democrat stronghold. So I believe that Michigan will ultimately slip over to the Democratic side. But Pennsylvania is up in the air because a lot of the red states around red counties around those.
So do you sense some sentiment of nervousness now? I mean, is that adequately clear? Right, ma'am also pointed out, Ambassador Neelam Deo, all the drama, quote unquote, or that dropping of hints, calling elections phenomenal, alleging fraud committed by Biden, which was quickly Professor Ramachandran, followed by a Twitter and Facebook crackdown on Donald Trump, the incumbent president, Pennsylvania. What I want to know from you, sir, is, in fact, we want to know from you, what exactly is the rule of the land there? He wants counting to be stopped because it suits him, but is that going to happen? And is that even wishing something which is constitutional in nature?
Yeah, so this is Trump's strategy, and he has been at it for the last more than a month now, right? And so he has been laying out the foundation in terms of because he is a very acute reader of what politics is going to be and how it's going to shape up. So he had been laying out the whole aspect of mail-in ballots and how do you control the number of votes that are being either cast or being counted. So he has been laying the foundation, and with the Supreme Court Judge Amy Coney Barrett coming into play in the last couple of weeks, it just emboldens him a little more in terms of being able to control what it is. Now, constitutionally, there is absolutely nothing which says that you should stop counting at the end of the Tuesday after the first Monday in November. It doesn't. There's nothing in that stipulated. In fact, at one point, and that's the reason why even the vote ceremony happens sometime in January, so that there is enough time for all the votes and the ballots to be counted. Right. At one point in time, it used to be in March.
Yes.
And then it moved to January. Right. And during the early stages of the republic, when all the votes needed to be taken by horse buggies and by steamboats, so they had the inauguration ceremony in March, and that got moved up to January. When trains and planes and everything else, the electronic voting started. So there is enough time for people to vote. And if you look at the 2000 elections, it did not happen a day or 2 days after the election. The counting continued, and the final victory, even though it was done by the Supreme Court, it happened several weeks later. So constitutionally, there is nothing binding that it has to be declared by a particular date.
All right.
Right. Dr. Nayan, when you talk about India-US ties, as somebody who is a keen follower and practitioner of foreign policy and nuclear security policy in particular, let's talk about the third T in the triad, that's technology. And from your perspective, are we on a firm footing going forward on technology issues that straddle a number of areas, transfer of technology in particular in defense and security? So are you hopeful of new ground being broken going forward as well?
Look, we have entered into a new kind of relationship. We have elevated the relationship. Now we are no longer just demanding technology. We are saying that let us do it together. And now this is GTDI, which you have just mentioned. This is the new paradigm. This is the new paradigm when we can develop, or we should have R&D programs together, and it should work. And I don't think there should be any difficulty with either of the regimes or either of the administration which comes to power. So I don't think there is going to be any difficulty. Now our new Prime Minister's Make in India program. Now India wants to become a manufacturing hub, and it has to work for that. And it has to do investment in infrastructure. Just what you are describing, Trump 0.1, or now you are saying Trump 0.2. Even in the Trump administration, let us forget about Trump 2, whether it comes into actuality or not. Even during the Trump administration, actually we could not reap the benefit of Trump means US-China battle or US-China trade war. The benefits went to some other places. It went to even Vietnam. We could not capitalize it. So now we have to look for new avenues. And whosoever becomes the president, we should be hopeful, and we will work it out that we will have a new kind of relationship on the technology front. Emerging technology is coming, and emerging technologies are based on computing. It is based on biotechnology. It is based on sensors. So in all these areas, there is much scope for both the countries to work together. But I would like to make some comments on the electoral process of United States. I have also been following very closely, and some of the questions which you raised to our other guests. So I would also like to answer that if you permit.
Sure.
Okay, now you have given me the permission.
Sir, you don't need permission. Please go ahead.
Okay, now the enigma of the electorates has again been demonstrated. And I have always been maintaining the world knowledge order is collapsing. And in fact, what all these election results are demonstrating, that there is a big schism, or there is a big gap even inside the United States. There is one suave, sophisticated, educated Americans, the elites, and there is another class, working class, basically American white working class, rural-based people, who are not being understood by all the media or all the knowledge system. I'm not just accusing media, even by those who are trying to understand the electoral system. Even conservative newspapers like Financial Times and others, even Fox News, all were predicting that there will be win of Joe Biden, and there will be landslide. So this landslide has been simply denied.
Okay.
There is a possibility that Biden I'm sticking my neck out.
Okay.
And I am predicting that Biden may win. Why I am saying so?
Okay.
Because in last 6 to 7 hours, things have changed. After the counting of postal votes, Biden seems to have been taking the lead, and he is narrowing the gap. 3-4 hours ago, when Trump came out and gave his speech, he was looking confident, and he was also sounding sarcastic.
Yes.
But it had changed. The body language has changed. Now he's completely nervous. He knows, because the way Wisconsin has slipped down, now it is just 0.7. Now it is 0.7% lead for Biden. Earlier it was more than 4% lead for Trump. Even Georgia, the narrow lead of Trump is continuing, but it is still narrow. We have to remember Pennsylvania. I don't know. There is a news report that says that about 78% of postal votes are going in favor of Biden. If this trend continues, if this is true, it is in New York Times story. If this continues, then there is trouble for Trump even in Pennsylvania. If that trend is continuing. Similarly, in Michigan, now in Michigan, Biden has taken 0.5% lead. Earlier in the morning, it was 8% lead. When 66% of votes were counted, it was 8% of lead. And now, after a counting of 87% of votes, it is about 0.5% lead for Biden. So things are getting reversed. Right. Earlier, it was being predicted that Biden will be winning. Then it appeared that Trump will reverse the process.
So, okay.
Now things are changing.
Okay, yeah. Yes. Let me take this straight to Ambassador Ma'am here, or Ambassador Neelam. Do you agree or disagree with Dr. Nain there? Because a very strong points made by him there. He feels that it could be Biden. Well, it could be anybody's guess, ma'am, but you've also served in Washington, D.C. What's the sense that you are getting without really speculating much?
Because all the betting, the bookies are betting that Biden will win.
Okay.
If the counting process proceeds smoothly as it should. If, on the other hand, Trump is able to interrupt this process, bring the courts in, then of course it becomes a different game altogether. So yes, I do agree that as things are at the moment, Biden seems to have a much better chance than Trump, because the margins are so narrow, and by now I think it is accepted that a majority of the mail-in ballots were tended to be Democratic.
So are you saying Democrats have typically outperformed Republicans in the mail voting pattern, which is very, very important?
Yeah, that was part of the strategy of the Democratic Party, which constantly asked its supporters to vote early, use the mail-in system. And in fact, you notice that even in their own campaigning, former Vice President Biden and Kamala Harris both maintained social distance. They all wore masks. They met with small groups rather than the thousands of people without masks that were in the rallies of Trump. And there was a study by one of the universities that said that after the rallies of Trump, 30,000 more people got infected with coronavirus.
Okay.
So the voting strategy of the Democrats was certainly to encourage mail-in voting rather than to all crowd in on the actual one in-person voting day.
All right.
I would like to add something,
sure,
if it's all right, to
sure,
what the professor said about DT and about defense production, etc. When I was first in Washington, actually all our organizations, even like ISRO, they were sanctioned by the Americans, and we were able to produce the Param computer, supercomputer by our own efforts. Since then, the American administration, our relationship has improved so much that they have changed their legislation to enable much more access to technology and to remove all manner of sanctions. So some of the limitation has been on our side.
Okay.
We have not been able to absorb this technology, which we can buy. It is not a gift. We have to buy it. The other thing we have to always remember is that in the most sophisticated weapon systems, no countries share that technology.
Okay.
They secure it, they save it, they protect it so that they can sell the whole system. And you know that our purchase of weapon systems from America
Okay.
has gone up from less than $2 billion to over $20 billion.
All right, we will leave it there. Many thanks, Ambassador Neelam Dev. We'll have to see whether there's going to be reset sort of situation or template post results, whichever way they go. As Dr. N earlier mentioned, that we are ready for anyone, whosoever comes to power. Bring it on. And before I hand it over to my colleague Ramesh, let me quickly thank our panelists in this particular part of our show. Former Ambassador Neelam Dev, who has served in Indian embassies in Washington, D.C. as well. Dr. Rajiv Nayan, foreign policy and nuclear expert at IDSA. And also Professor Ram Ramachandran, technocrat and Indian American origin. They're, in fact, joining us live all the way from New Jersey. You will continue to stay with us in our next 1 hour as well. But meanwhile, all of you, thank you so much. Ramesh.
Right, and that's a wrap on this segment, but the special broadcast continues here on DD India. Don't forget our hashtag Race for White House. And we leave you with visuals of a mariachi band performance by an immigrant rights group in Los Angeles who played as voters cast their vote in Los Angeles. Thanks for watching. Bye-bye.
नमस्ते लैंड
मरहबन इलल हिंद
Zari India.
सलाम इंडिया
नमस्ते इंडिया
नमस्कार भारत
मुई इंडिया नहनु हुनूर
इंडिया
माँ हिंदी हस्ती
हिंदियान
सलाम हिंदुस्तान
We are India.
डीडी फ्री डिश, भारत की एकमात्र फ्री डीटीएच सर्विस। अब देखिए आपके अपने पसंदीदा चैनल डीडी न्यूज चैनल नंबर 1 पर, डीडी नेशनल चैनल नंबर 2 पर, डीडी भारती चैनल नंबर 60 पर और डीडी इंडिया चैनल नंबर 84 पर। डीडी फ्री डिश, मनोरंजन का संसार सीधे आपके द्वार।
इस दिवाली अपनों के लिए जगह बनाओ, खुशियों के लिए जगह बढ़ाओ। LIC Housing Finance wishes you a happy and safe Diwali. Stay safe. Move on.
Come on boys, let's go practice. अरे रुक यार, मेरे बैंक अकाउंट में गलत एंट्री का प्रॉब्लम हो गया है। तो बैंक को कंप्लेन करना। बैंक को लिखे 1 महीना हो गया है, बट वो गूगली पे गूगली डाले जा रहा है। तो आरबीआई के बैंकिंग लोकपाल को इन्फॉर्म करो।
रुक, मैं समझाता हूँ। जैसे क्रिकेट में थर्ड अंपायर, वैसे ही आरबीआई का बैंकिंग ओम्बुड्समैन। आरबीआई कहता है अगर बैंक आपकी कंप्लेंट को 1 महीने में नहीं सुलझाता तो आप आरबीआई के कंप्लेंट मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम पर ऑनलाइन कंप्लेंट कर सकते हैं। ये आरबीआई का आसान तरीका है आपकी कंप्लेंट सुलझाने का, और वो भी फ्री।
आरबीआई कहता है जानकार बनिए, सतर्क रहिए।
इस दिवाली अपनों के लिए जगह बनाओ, खुशियों के लिए जगह बढ़ाओ। LIC Housing Finance wishes you a happy and safe Diwali. Stay safe. Move on. इस दिवाली अपनों के लिए जगह बनाओ, खुशियों के लिए जगह बढ़ाओ। LIC Housing Finance wishes you a happy and safe Diwali. Stay safe. Move on.
हाय मॉम, फिर से शॉपिंग? बाबूजी, आपने इसे बिगाड़ के रखा।
लिमिट में करो तो कुछ बुरा नहीं होता है।
बिना लिमिट शॉपिंग करेगी आपके कार्ड पे। एड ऑन जो है।
मैंने तो कार्ड पे लिमिट सेट कर दिया। अच्छा, इसके फायदे ये हैं कि रिस्क कम हो जाता है, और अगर फ्रॉड भी हुआ तो तुरंत बैंक को बोल दीजिए, नुकसान कम।
दादू,
hey.
नेक्स्ट टाइम ये पिंक ड्रेस।
यू आर द लिमिट।
लिमिट तो सेट है। आरबीआई कहता है जानकार बनिए, सतर्क रहिए।
इस दिवाली अपनों के लिए जगह बनाओ, खुशियों के लिए जगह बढ़ाओ। LIC Housing Finance wishes you a happy and safe Diwali. Stay safe. Move on.
और इस गीत के बाद
बहुत रोमांटिक
Ahead of the trade negotiations that are slated
दिवस के साथ
it has undergone 9 revisions. Coley with 903 rating points is 34 points behind Smith 900.
This is All India Radio.
Namaskar. Well, it's an election that almost seemed to mirror the 2016 one, and it has now had a twist in the tail, with Joe Biden picking up a late surge in the key Rust Belt battleground states, wresting back the lead in Wisconsin and Michigan. And we have only about 6% of the vote left to be counted. So almost all the votes, in fact, being counted through the postal ballots, they seem to be favoring the Democratic ticket, and it is adding up to that magic figure of 271 for 273. Actually, it's gone to without Michigan, I beg your pardon, with Michigan and without Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia for the Biden camp. Trump would need to get back in the race in Michigan and hold on to Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia to remain in the race. I'm Mark, and with me is Gautam.
Indeed, and with this prolonged counting of mailed-in and absentee ballots keeping results in key states pending. Uncertainty and judicial resort have become the buzzwords in the US. Incumbent Donald Trump has already said that he thinks he's won the elections and will go to court to stop any further counting, while the Biden camp is sitting tight, waiting up for the final vote to be counted, apart from lawyering up themselves in the interim. We'll get you all the latest and the best analysis of how things stand in the US and what could unfold in the next 2 hours here on DD India, as the race to the White House is still very much on. But first, the election headlines. The race between Donald Trump and Joe Biden is on a knife's edge with no clear winner as counting of votes remains on. The US is on course for its highest turnout in more than a century, and a clear-cut result may not be known for days.
Well, President Trump is so far projected to win 23 states, including Texas, Ohio, and must win Florida. He's outperformed pollsters' predictions. Biden could take Arizona, but is facing a much tougher fight than expected in Nevada.
Well, results and trends available suggest a tight contest in important battlegrounds such as Arizona, Georgia, Wisconsin, Michigan, as well as Pennsylvania.
President Trump makes claims of fraud and says that he will launch a Supreme Court challenge even though millions of votes are still to be counted. And Biden says that he is on track to win and that the counting will not stop.
And Facebook warns users about President Trump's victory claim, runs notifications so that everyone knows votes are still being counted and the winner has not been projected. Twitter placed a warning on a tweet from Trump in which he said, without evidence, that they are trying to steal the election.
Well, and before we head into a marathon analysis of the US polls, let's take a look at what's making headlines across the country. The Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs approves the allocation of 1,810.56 crore rupees for the Luhri Hydroelectric Project Stage 1. This project will be commissioned within a span of 62 months and will provide grid stability besides improving the power supply position in the state.
The Union Cabinet also approves an MOU between India and Israel for healthcare and medicines. It facilitates exchange of pharmaceuticals, medical devices and physicians. There will also be increased cooperation on climate hazard assessment and control.
Maharashtra Police arrests Arnab Goswami, the editor-in-chief of Republic TV. The Union Home Minister calls it an attack on the fourth pillar of democracy. Information and Broadcasting Minister says that the arrest of a journalist brought back memories of the emergency. The Editors Guild expresses shock and says that state power should not be used against critical reporting by the media.
Final round of campaigning for the Bihar Assembly elections gathers momentum. Nitish Kumar holds rallies in Seemanchal. In Champaran, BJP National President JP Nadda appeals to voters to retain the NDA in the state. Grand Alliance leader Tejaswi claims victory even before last phase. At a rally in Araria, Rahul Gandhi targets EVMs again.
Dates for the first District Development Council elections in Jammu and Kashmir announced. Polling to be held in 280 constituencies in 8 phases from the 28th of this month. Refugees from Pakistan to exercise their franchise for the first time in 70 years.
Army Chief General Narvane arrives in Nepal on a 3-day visit. Will meet Nepal's President and Prime Minister. The Army Chief to be awarded the honorary rank of General of the Nepal Army.
India test fires an enhanced version of the Pinaka rocket system from Chandipur. The multi-barrel rocket launcher will replace the Mark I Pinaka rockets developed by DRDO Pune. The destroyer Ranvijay, frigate Shivalik, offshore patrol vessel Sukanya, fleet support ship Shakti and submarine Sindhuraj participate in day 2 of the Malabar exercises in the Bay of Bengal. Now let's introduce you to our guests then for our show today. We have with us Ambassador Neelam Dev, is a former senior diplomat and director of Gateway House, a think tank, also former consul general in New York between 2005 and 2008.
We also got Dr. Mohan Kumar, Chairman RIS think tank in Delhi, former Indian ambassador to France, also an author.
Yes, and we have Rajiv Nayan, is a foreign policy and nuclear expert, a senior research associate at the Manohar Parrikar Institute of Defence Studies and Analysis.
And we've also joined by Professor Ram Ramchandran. He's a well-known technocrat and Indian origin American as well. Welcome to you all. If I could come to you, Dr. Mohan Kumar, first and ask you about your first impressions now that we have seen how this battle has gone between primarily Trump and Biden, and how it's in suspended animation, so to speak.
First observation is that the American pollsters will have to take important lessons. I mean, you can do this once, but you can't get it wrong again and again. Number of polls talked of leads and landslide wins, so it's obvious now it's a tight race. The second observation that I would like to make is that we thought this was going to be a referendum on his management of the coronavirus, but it seems to me at least his electorate has given him a wide pass on this one. I think they have accepted wholesale his argument that this is a virus from China over which nobody had any control, and therefore I believe the polls which said the two important factors which made a difference in these elections are economy and race. So that is basically my preliminary observation on outcomes so far. I suspect we will have a long wait because he has, I think, got 238, but it seems to me at least Pennsylvania we will not know for a while. So it will have to be a long wait. But whichever way it goes, I think it goes without saying that we are looking at an America which is deeply divided and terribly polarized. Thank you.
Well, and before we continue with our discussion and bring in our other guests, let's take a look at this particular story. Be it pollsters or punters, they just didn't see this coming. Now, the election night has turned into dawn and beyond the next day on the US coast, the East Coast. But a clear-cut outcome to the presidential mega battle between Donald Trump and Joe Biden is nowhere in sight. Projections remain too close to call, with key battleground states like Pennsylvania and Wisconsin far from delivering their verdict as millions of postal ballots remain to be counted. Biden has displayed a self-assured patience despite being down in the state contests. In fact, he has emerged as a winner there in Wisconsin and in Michigan. But Trump has declared himself.
What has happened is that Trump has declared himself winner, saying he'll go to the Supreme Court to stop the tabulation of yet to be counted votes. Let's get you more on this report.
We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election.
I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election.
In the race to get to.
On the live stream, there's a lot of activity, and that's really how we envision this, you know, to just continue to work and work and work until it all gets done, and that's what we're doing today. So at some point today, we'll be back out with additional numbers, and we just wanted to, you know, we felt that we should come out and tell you, because if some of you didn't know about the update that we did do early this morning. Thank you.
Has the state legislature allowed early processing or early counting? Were
You know, it certainly would make a difference. Yeah, and you know, it's hard for me to say whether we would be finished or not because we've never done this before. But certainly, any little bit would have helped. Yes, absolutely.
Biden's campaign says that they expect vote by mail in Philadelphia to be counted tonight or tomorrow. Do you expect that to be the case?
We're doing the best we can to get that count done as soon as possible, and it's going to be accurate.
Are you doing anything different with the ballots that come in post-election day? Are you segregating them? Are you treating them any differently than any other ballot?
Yeah, they will be segregated, but right now we're working on the ballots we have. They're the ballots that we're working on right now. At some point today, we'll be back out and we'll update the numbers and we'll let you know when that's going to be.
But can you give us any scale of when you think you'll be done, finished? By the weekend?
We'll be done as soon as we're done. We want to make sure that every vote that is legitimately cast and is good, it gets counted. That's what normally happens in elections. People vote, we count the votes, and then there's a winner and there's a loser. That's what's going to happen. We're going to count the votes, and we're going to end up at the end. But it's going to be accurate, and we will continue to give you information as it becomes available.
We got into that report earlier to get you an update, which was live from Philadelphia about the count, and that count is still on. And as the lady there was saying, that it will be on till the time the last vote is counted. That's how it's supposed to be. And Philadelphia, for your information, is the largest city in Pennsylvania, which is key, if not the most key, battleground state right now in the U.S. elections, the presidential race.
Indeed, and in fact, there seems to have been a stoppage of vote count there for some reason, and that's what she was talking about. But let's get back to this particular story that we were talking to you about, and it's, you know, whatever people have been suggesting doesn't seem to be what's happening, because it's been too close to call, and we were a little concerned initially about Wisconsin and Michigan. It looked like Donald Trump was way ahead, and there was only about 20% of the vote to be counted, and with that, you know, with 15% of that 20% being counted, Biden is way ahead now. So it looked like, you know, just in that, it was a late surge.
Yeah,
and that's what's happening now in all these states because of the postal ballots being counted.
Oh yes, and definitely, and that has led to this room for questioning the legitimacy of the postal ballot as well, which Donald Trump has done. Let's take a look at that report that we're playing out for you.
We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election.
I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election.
In the race to get 270 electoral votes, Biden is now projected to get 224. Trump stands at 213. Tight races in key battlegrounds of the Midwest and Rust Belt of Pennsylvania, Michigan and Wisconsin may take till Friday to deliver an outcome. The final result hinges on tens of millions of postal ballots yet to be counted. And while the Democrats are depending on them to pull Biden through, Trump has other ideas.
This is a major fraud in our nation. We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list, okay?
What grounds will the Trump camp use to question the legitimacy of the yet-to-be-counted votes remains unclear. Biden's clear refrain was that he'll wait for the last vote to be counted.
We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying the votes is finished. And it ain't over till every vote is counted, every ballot is counted. It's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people. but I'm optimistic about this outcome.
It also remains a toss-up when it comes to legislative control. All 435 seats in the US Congress went into concurrent polls along with a third of the 100 seats in the Senate. Senate Republicans and Democrats traded losses. While Republican Senator Cory Gardner was defeated in Colorado by former Governor John Hickenlooper, the win was offset by the loss of Democratic Senator Doug Jones in Alabama, as veteran Republican Senators Lindsey Graham and John Cornyn fended off Democratic challenges in South Carolina and Texas. Uncertainty about the outcome remains the only certainty, putting America on edge. Voters turned out in record-breaking numbers, expecting a clear outcome, and in its absence, restlessness and tension builds up even in the streets outside the White House. Newsnight Desk, DD India.
Let's go across to Professor Ram Ramachandran. Professor Ramachandran, you are an Indian American, and perhaps you will help us understand what's the next step, because if the US president plans to go to court alleging voter fraud, how does he prove that? I mean, is there enough evidence technically that, that can be alleged that a voter fraud has taken place because of early voting, or perhaps late counting, in a sense, counting of votes that have come in after the date of election?
First of all, thank you very much. I'm not sure if there are actual evidence in terms of voter fraud, be it in terms of misplaced ballots or ballots being counted multiple times. I don't, or duplicate ballots by per individual. I don't know whether there is, historically there has never been, such a large case of fraud. And so the question may be more in terms of technicality as to when and how the counting needs to stop. And there are very few, indications from a constitutional standpoint to say that, the counting needs to stop at this point in time. And so I'm not sure what specific tack the Republican Party will take to the Supreme Court to stop the counting, because that's all they can do right now. But that has always been their strategy to say that, this is fraught with, fraud and, misuse and so on and so forth. And so the question of being able to prove it in a court of law will be a little bit of a challenge, I would say. And other Republican, state Supreme Courts have also thrown out such types
but
of
what's your personal view, Professor Ramachandran, about postal ballots? Are they foolproof?
They are foolproof to the extent that they have been used for a number of years, right? For the past 40, 50 years, especially for people who are posted outside, the war veterans who have been posted outside the U.S. They have been using mail-in ballots. There's no difference than typical postal ballot that is being deployed right now due to COVID-19. And so they have had very, very minuscule percentage of quote-unquote fraud in the mix. It has never been proven or shown.
Okay.
And yeah.
Okay, let me go across to Ambassador Neelam there on this. And Ambassador Dev, if I could ask you, in terms of even the legal recourse, how will it really go? Because it's not really certain whether the Supreme Court can be directly approached in the US. That's the federal court. And Trump indicated that when he addressed people there at night. But do we have a clear understanding of how this might really work?
Actually, I don't know the full process, but normally in the U.S., people have gone to local courts or to the state court and not directly to the Supreme Court. So I think that Trump's actions would seem to be of a person who is afraid of losing at the moment. He's acting nervously, he's acting impulsively. And he certainly feels that he has the Supreme Court on his side, especially because of the new justice that they have just sworn in. Excuse me. So I want to say that as your other panelists pointed out, there have never been any specific or large-scale problems with mail-in voting in the past. And in fact, President Trump himself has used mail-in voting. So now it is merely a ploy, a strategy, if you like, or whatever, to stop the counting somehow, because he's afraid that some of the states which have not yet called will go to the Democrats. But we must remember that what happened, the way it is supposed to proceed is the Secretary of State of each state calls out the winner. They have selected their electors. Then sometime in the middle of December, I think it's 10th December, the electors actually then vote for who is to be the president. So it is incredibly premature for Trump to be claiming that he has been re-elected as the president. The United States does not have a direct election of its president. So his intention is clearly to muddy the whole situation as far as he can. It's also his style. This is the way he always proceeds, by throwing out all kinds of things, putting out 40 tweets in an hour and just trying to confuse things. But I think that the judicial system in the United States has shown itself occasionally going wrong, but mostly an admirable set of procedures applies.
Mr. Nayan, you're a foreign policy expert. How would you see, the Donald Trump basically, when he projected himself as the winner, it seemed to suggest, that he had a sizable lead in many of these states which are now moving the other way. And perhaps he may have had a genuine reason to say so. So what would you think, Mr. Nayan, about whether that projection had any ulterior motive?
Look, we are talking about the American electoral system. At the same time, we must also admit the American electoral system has got so many problems. There are several constitutional ambiguities, and these constitutional ambiguities may be exploited by one of the parties. I think just now Trump is aiming for that. It seems he is sensing that there is some danger. When the counting started, Biden was a favorite. He was a favorite of all the opinion polls, which I always generally call it the global knowledge order. The global knowledge order favored a Democrat candidate, and he in fact targeted, and he appeared just denying the space to that order. He started in fact targeting that order, and he started leading. Unexpectedly, unpredictably, he started doing very well, and he sounded very confident. But what happened? What I think, there are reports coming that late our mobilization by Democrats in some of the areas, like in Nevada, where there is a very close, tough contest, and because of that, the polling hours were delayed, and people voted for very long, and even after the last hour, like closing hour of the election.
Yes.
So this country, it happens in our country also. If you are standing in the queue, then you are generally allowed to vote. So I think that happened. But what reports came that in especially blacks were mobilized in several of the constituencies, and because of the reason, the Black Matters, all this campaign which went on for months, and we seemed favoring Democrats. So I think that kind of mobilization unnerved Donald Trump. And
that mobilization on both the sides.
Late hour mobilization by Democrats.
That mobilization on both sides
and he was raising the question that this is laws are being violated, rules are being violated, people are being allowed to vote, there is cheating. So this could be one reason. Second reason could be postal ballot. Everybody is talking about. Generally, Democrats are favored because of that. And many of the middle class is equally lazy in the United States. they generally hesitate to go and vote in person. They somehow find ways to send postal ballots. Professor Ramchandran may throw more light on that because he knows more about that. I mean, I know when I was in New York, I found that generally educated middle class people went on holidays when election was announced on the day of election. So they are also equally guilty. They talk a lot on CNN, on other television channels, in seminars. But once it comes to voting, they do not do their duty, their political duty. But now they have found a way because of Corona. I think they have been allowed to vote by mail or by email, something like that. And so that middle class, which generally supports Biden, Democrats, experienced many areas, many counties, and many states. So I think those votes are, when they were counted, all were generally, mostly, overwhelmingly favoring Democrats by Biden. Or means there is slate, what we generally call the electors. So
but you know, while all this happens, Rajiv Nayan, what is happening is that the entire process is in suspended animation, and the mobilization on both sides that you were mentioning, that is still very much active, and
not
that
both
is being
sides.
seen
Generally,
on the streets
it has been
as
reported
well.
that blacks were mobilized.
Dr. Mohan Kumar, if I could ask you, in terms of this situation of uncertainty, do you feel that that is something that should not last very long in the best interest of the US?
No, my sense is that by tomorrow, I mean, Wisconsin should be known. There is no reason to delay the result in Wisconsin. I don't think that can be. And if Biden gets Wisconsin, he's already up to 248. And that's just a hair's breadth away from 270. And then he needs to only get one of the other states, which is Pennsylvania, Michigan, North Carolina, Georgia. And he's home and dry. I think the problem is if Joe Biden fails to win Wisconsin, then we are heading towards a long night or a long period in which, because Pennsylvania, it seems to me, will take time. It's obvious it will take time. I think one of the things about postal ballots, I mean, I think a number of comments have been made by other panelists. I'd like to react to it by saying this is not a normal period, because I don't think in the United States they've had 100 million people voting before the election day. This has never happened in the US. So they don't have the resources to tackle so many postal ballots. That's problem number one. Problem number two, for how long after 4th of November do you wait for the ballots to come in? The technical rule is that as long as the person has posted the ballot on 3rd November, you are supposed to accept it, no matter when it comes. It could come within 3 days after the election. And that is what I think Donald Trump is opposing. He's saying it should stop at midnight 3rd, which is simply not tenable from a constitutional point of view. So I would say that you will get a good indication of where things are heading after Wisconsin. That should give you an excellent idea, because if that is taken by Donald Trump, then I think we are back to neck and neck, and then it becomes a really extended process in which Pennsylvania and other states come into play.
If I may, sorry, if I may step in.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, in fact, Professor Ramchandran, one more. If we have to look at this whole process a little more clearly, this postal ballot, shouldn't it come before the 3rd of November? Because shouldn't it be posted before the 3rd of November? Because actually the idea of having a single day election is that, there is no voter fraud. And if you voted early, you vote through postal ballot or some other means. But on the 3rd, you have to go to the polling booth to poll. Of course, these are unusual circumstances because of COVID. Perhaps, they had given an allowance for people to post their ballots in. But the postal system is going to take, another week or 2 weeks for it to deliver. That it definitely leaves room open for people to feel that votes are coming in well after the due date.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think Professor Mohan Kumar made an excellent point in terms of the fact that U.S. has not seen this type of mail-in ballot. Right, 100 million, more than 100 million ballots came even before the polls opened yesterday morning. So and then compounded by the fact that, almost a month, 2 months back, the U.S. Postal Service was hampered and brought down to some extent in terms of its capabilities and the ability for it to operate and handle these large volumes of mail-in ballots. So there was some level of systemic changes made to the U.S. postal system to suppress the ability to process these many votes. So that's the other aspect that one needs to think about. So the other thing that I will mention is that, yes, you are correct that the ballots needs to be mailed in by November 3rd. However, it varies from state to state in terms of some states have a stipulation that the ballots need to reach by November 3rd. In some cases, they can say it just needs to be postmarked by November 3rd. So they will still have time to process the mail-in ballots even after November 3rd. So it varies from state to state, even sometimes even to counties, right? So if you look at Nebraska and Maine, they have certain districts which have a very different pattern in terms of how they look at electoral college. So that's an important aspect of looking at this in a very federated form of government and able to process the information in different formats. I think that's an important aspect of looking at the U.S. Election process.
Sure.
Well, certainly it is, and we will keep talking about other aspects as well.
Actually, I would like to come in for a moment just to point out that, yes, there are all these theoretical problems, but so far, a number of states, big states, even like Texas, California, have been declared without any problem of counting the mail-in ballots. So actually, there aren't any problems with counting those ballots, despite the fact that that President Trump had appointed one of his friends to head the Postal Service and actually tried to slow down the processes also several months ago. But we have not heard from any state government so far that they have had a problem with the counting, and we have seen that in the big states which have already been called, there does not seem to have been any challenge or any allegation that there was a problem. So I think we have to see it as a political strategic maneuver. We cannot keep on arguing as if it is a problem of process.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Okay. We'll talk about other issues as well, but let me, for the time being, go across to my colleague Anil Thomas and look at some of the data points that he's got lined up. What exactly do you have for us at this point of time, Anil?
Thank you, Gautam. Let's now quickly take a look at the graphic play that's coming before you. How exactly this particular election is panning out. 270 is the magic number, 538 the number of votes that are up for grabs, 270 and beyond is the magic number that either of the candidates is looking to win. As we speak, Trump is got 213, Biden has got 224, but things looking good for the Biden camp. In the morning when we saw things not looking that solid for the Democratic Party, but slowly things picking up pace and Democrats looking solid as in this late evening they have slowly started picking up and making some ground, making at least capturing a lot of lost ground there in this particular elections and slowly making it a battle worth watching out for.
Yes, indeed. But if we have to look specifically, Anil, at some of the key states that are going to make a difference, what's actually happening there?
Well, when you look at the key states, especially the key states, overall, when you look at it on how things have panned out in this particular election, there were few key states that was expected. Battleground states or swing states that many would call it. There were especially 12 battleground states in this particular elections, and things didn't move in that expected fashion, especially for Trump. No pollster or no analyst predicted that Trump is out of the race, irrespective of the fact that in national as well as in state polls, Biden had a good lead of 8 to 10%. But no pollist or no analyst ever mentioned that Trump is out of the race or Trump is having a zero chance of winning. That's the big plus for Trump, and it's helped Trump immensely, especially when you look at this particular election campaign. It's the suburbs where he's managed to make great inroads, and he's managed to make a point there. When it comes to urban areas, Biden has a huge opportunity to encash on. But it is that lower half of this particular race. If you see Michigan, it's an important state, but slowly at this point of time, the way this particular state has been swinging from one end to another. But this state, Trump in the morning had roughly around 228,000 votes lead but it's slowly shifting at this point of time back to the Biden camp. We'll have to wait and watch how this particular state goes. Remember, this state has 16 votes and 16 crucial votes in this particular election, because if Biden camp managed to win Michigan along with Wisconsin, it's going to be 26 votes there for grabs, and 26 votes would take this past 250. So that's going to be interesting for the Biden camp, and that's what they would be looking at. Minnesota is a state that's already been taken by the Biden camp. Remember, in 2016 too, this particular state was with the Democrats. Nevada, close call still. Nevada, Biden is leading by roughly around 7,000 odd votes, but Nevada still, a Biden camp would be looking to capture it. Remember, this particular Nevada vote was also with the Democrats in 2016. North Carolina is interesting because this particular state is where Trump is leading by roughly around 76,000 votes, but not much of votes left to be counted. So Trump would be looking at getting this particular seat, and 15 seats there, or 15 votes from this particular seat, that could be crucial in the end. Ohio, already taken by the Trump camp. This particular seat was with them in 2016. They retained Ohio along with Iowa. Both the seats there going to the Trump camp, so not much to worry when it comes to these two particular states in particular.
Yes.
Pennsylvania, this is going to be that tipping state, as all talked about. This is going to be the tipping state. Remember, it's still in Trump's favor, but this particular state is where the action is going to be. Remember, this particular state, the results are not going to come pretty early. We'll have to wait till Friday for the results to come in. So this is going to be interesting, but still lots of votes to be counted in this particular election, especially when it comes to Pennsylvania. And we just heard reports about Philadelphia, where counting has been stopped. So things could look interesting, and I think if it goes down to the final over, this could be the state that all would be looking for. Wisconsin, the lead is now immensely in favor of Biden. He's opened a 20,000 plus lead in this particular state, and this could be crucial. Remember, if he gets Wisconsin along with Michigan, he's got 26 votes there, and that's crucial in this particular elections where it's all going down to the wire.
Right. So thanks very much, Anil, and certainly things seem to be improving for Joe Biden, especially in Wisconsin and in Michigan. In fact, as per the latest reports, he has developed about a 20,000 vote lead as well in Michigan, with 95% of the vote counted, and also about 21,000 vote lead in Wisconsin. Let's go back to our panelists. Dr. Mohan Kumar, if we look at the electors, there has been some cases of faithless electors, especially when it comes so close in an election which is so close. If an elector is faithless, in the Electoral College, that can tilt things. Last time round, in fact, in 2016, 3 of Trump's electors decided to cast their vote for Colin Powell. And of course, it didn't have any impact on Trump. But, things like that can happen.
Yes, I think things like that can happen. But I think this election, the stakes are so high that I think everybody is sufficiently educated about it. I mean, those things happen in the normal course of things. And last time, remember, Hillary Clinton was supposed to win the election hands down. Nobody really gave Trump any chance. But this time around, I think there is so much of awareness, information which has been put out. So the chances of those things happening, I consider it as minimal. But as I was saying earlier, that the real thing which has got to be analyzed in this election is how come the coronavirus has not made any difference at all to the electorate. He seems to be a Teflon president, because I don't think this has been about his performance. It has not been about the way in which he has handled the pandemic. It's all been about, frankly, economy and race. Those two seem to have been the main issues, in which case, regardless of the winner, what I worry about is the fact that you're looking at a country, and which is still the most powerful and the richest country in the world, which is really going to be split down the middle. And you're going to have a situation where at least roughly 40% of the electorate, whichever way it goes, is not going to think it's a legitimate outcome. I mean, you will appreciate, and this is what makes me extremely proud about the Indian Election Commission. I think one of the few institutions I think we can be legitimately proud. It's fantastic that in India, you don't have the opponents crying murder or crying foul. So I think if the election, it's not just about winning and losing in a democracy. You also have, the loser has to think that the outcome is legitimate. Otherwise, you will have a problem subsequently in terms of the way institutions work and the way things are going. The House of Representatives will be kept by the Democrats, but the Senate is going to be by the Republicans. This will have implications for how both parties can work together in the House and Senate. You've got those things to worry about, really. And that, I think, is the real story, because this will find a denouement, as they say, one way or the other in the next 2 or 3 days. It doesn't matter which way it goes. I mean, fine, it does matter. What I mean is the process is there and you will get an outcome. But I think the things to worry about is the subsequent period, which is very necessary for a country like United States, because obviously what happens in the US matters for the rest of us in the world.
Well, certainly, and let's ask about that. Let's bring in Rajiv Nayan into this again. And Rajiv, in terms of the split down the middle reading that Dr. Kumar had about the situation, the kind of mandate that the US seems to be delivering, what kind of implications do you think it would have for the geopolitical situation around the world, for India, and the entire play that we have seen in the last year and a half, especially after the COVID pandemic broke out between the US and China?
Look, once I'm answering this question, the first proposition is that I am accepting that Biden is going to become the president. Okay. Otherwise, the world is the same if it is Trump who becomes the president. So I'll come to that, but I would just like to talk about two issues, respond to two issues. One, pandemic. Why this issue did not have any impact on the election? Actually, the new revelation has come, and it says that in place of just banking on television shows or on digital campaign, this time Republicans focused on what is being called $300 million ground game. They realized that their voters generally may not be watching the TV shows, and we all know that they have got a strong social base. The Republicans have a strong social base in white working class and many rural people, and these people will not be relying on the traditional method of, say, campaign or propaganda. So they went out, they spread out, and they spent late $300 million to talk about what Trump has done over the months to fight, maybe right or wrong. I am not saying that what they in propaganda or in campaign, many times you don't say the truth. Sometimes you say the half truth, or sometimes you may tell lies because no one is going to verify it. But it happened, and it is considered to be one of the reasons of electoral success, because it was generally speculated that the elderly among the white working class were not very happy with the management of pandemic or COVID-19, and they could have gone towards they would go, and this was general speculation, they would go towards Democrats, because Democrats talk about insurance, health policy, better health, and all these talks are generally very attractive to anyone, not only to elders, but even to any people who are suffering from any problems. So this was one. The second is about the issue which we are talking about, key states. This key state, the concept has become very, very, very dynamic. It is not clear. Out of 8 key state projected by Financial Times, a conservative newspaper, right, and 6 appeared going Trump's way. Although it's now changing, it's changing late. And so there are many other states which are considered to be the stronghold of Democrats, like Pennsylvania. See the way it is going. Pennsylvania was considered to be one of the strongholds of Biden because he was born there. Yes. And plus, of late, Democrats have established their foothold in this state. So similarly, Michigan also, Wisconsin, all were considered, if you see all the opinion polls, considered to be the Democrats a stronghold. But now they could not become like the reality. Now they are struggling there also as well. So now coming to your question, and I will just briefly go over that. So if Biden comes to power, and what will be the implications for geopolitics? Generally, Trump is accused of breaking international organization, international laws, all the treaties, all the pacts. So of course there could be some breathing space for the treaties which he had not raked, the treaties which he had raked, like in INF treaty. Now, I think there is a consensus, not only in the United States, but all over the world, that China needs to be brought in this, any intermediate range nuclear forces kind of treaty. So that's there. I don't think even Democrats or even Biden is not going to salvage open skies treaty, or for that matter, even other treaties which he had raked. Only thing he can do is about the Iranian deal, JCPOA. That part is there. About climate change treaty, I think that he may do. But there are many other treaties also, like on immigration, because Biden is considered to be very immigration friendly person, liberal on that. So the compact which Trump had abandoned, which had dumped, may be revived. So some of the treaties, some of the liberal treaties which
Mr. Nayan.
he has
let's bring in Ambassador Dev into the discussion. So if we presume a Biden win, Ambassador Dev, the fact is that Biden's focus largely has been on climate change, and his foreign policy also is largely to deal with reviving the old school establishment ideologies, in a sense, which the Democrats had pursued under Obama, which he was the vice president as well, which will mean that he would renegotiate a deal with Iran. He would re-enter the Paris Climate Accord. These are the kind of things. What would you see? Would you see a total shift in the way America is going to be looking at, even in issues like Afghanistan, for instance?
No, actually, I don't see a big shift, presuming that it is going to be a President Biden. And I'll tell you why. It took 12 years to negotiate the JCPOA with Iran the first time. Biden now has committed to not the kind of exaggerated, stronger agreement that Trump has been talking about, but he also will be forced to add something. Will Iran necessarily accept it? I think we also need to understand now and accept that everybody's foreign policy now flows out of what China does, what happens in China, or what your relationship with some other country who has a relationship with China happens that way. Biden has already agreed that, and his advisors have certainly said so, that many of the things that Trump did on China were actually quite right. The difference, which I think can be important, is that Trump was whimsical. He would announce something, he would back off, he would call Xi his friend, then he would start saying bad things about him, etc. Biden, because he is of the old school, and because he has already said that he would like to improve relations with allies, with the Europeans principally. If America is to have progress in its trade war with China, in its tech war with China, or any other rivalry, it really needs the Europeans with it. So working with its allies, old ones, and working with new organizations like the Quad, which is India, US, Japan, and Australia, then you can hope to have some kind of pushback against China. But on its own, the United States actually not even capable of doing any of that. And I think that under Biden, you may get more effective implementation of some of these policies.
Right. And as far as pursuing links with India is concerned, especially when you come to strategic ties, also if you look at technical aspects where things like 5G are concerned, again, where China becomes a big factor, Professor Ramchandran, do you feel that Biden will have a separate tack from Trump, or will it be similar to what he's done, except that he may deal with China at a slightly different level?
Yeah, sure. I think there are a couple of things that we should not ignore here. Whoever becomes the president, their agendas are going to be somewhat constrained and restricted by the composition of the Senate and the House to a large extent. They may have a lot of domestic agendas that may actually take over the international treaties and what they needed to do. Because the first and foremost thing that they will probably be focusing on for a period of time is to deal with COVID-19. Even though Trump has not necessarily talked about that explicitly, I'm sure that there is going to be some level of from a vaccine.
He's talking about something at present. We put that tweet out on the screen for the benefit of our viewers, and he's talked about how he was winning earlier, and now the trend has shifted, and he's somehow
let's just read it out. In fact, last night I was leading often solidly in many key states. In almost all instances, Democrat run and controlled. And then, one by one, they started to magically disappear as surprise ballot dumps were counted. Very strange, and the pollsters got it completely and historically wrong. So that is Donald Trump's latest tweet. So, we have been talking a little bit about voter fraud and the possibilities, but he believes now that a lot of these votes, ironically and very strangely, all seem to be in favor of the Democrats, and they're all being counted at the end. Does that suggest in some way that, even if there were mail-in votes, shouldn't there have some have been equally in favor of...
And he's fired another salvo. Yes. His social media account, especially on Twitter, has been a vehicle of that in the past as well. And now he has another one. How come every time they count mail-in ballot dumps, they are so devastating in their percentage and power of destruction? So he's clearly suggesting something here, Dr. Mohan Kumar.
I think it seems to me that he's preparing the ground either for a legal contestation or a legal battle to be mounted, or he's looking for a way in which he can rationalize and explain the outcome, which may be negative to his own flock. That is what it suggests to me. I actually agree with the Ambassador Dio that it's also a test of the institutions in the United States, and sometimes we don't give enough credit to the institutions. We will see. I may well be wrong, but I hope I'm right about this. I think there is some faith that you have to bestow on the institutions. But coming back to the geopolitical thing, I also agree with the points made by Ambassador Dio and Professor Ramachandran, which is it's one of the interesting things is that Russia apparently dreads a Biden presidency, and China actually prefers Trump as well. So that is interesting, because in the main, I don't think Vice President Biden will be very different from Trump. In fact, as Ambassador Dio says, he will try to enlist allies from either the European allies, but also around the world, which will actually make China's life much more difficult, frankly. Because whatever you might say with President Trump, it's pretty transactional. You can always go and buy more soya beans or do something and then get your trade thing in order. But with Biden, it's likely to be very different, because in substance, he's not very different vis-a-vis China. But on the climate change, I see a radical departure, although United States has today, unfortunately, left the climate change accords, because the 2-year period is over. But what I understand from my friends in Paris is that they will be allowed to re-enter. I don't think they will make it very difficult for United States to re-enter the climate change accord. But on Iran, I agree with Ambassador Dio. I think that's likely to be much more complicated. And there is another issue with international agreements in the United States. You have the Congress controlling this. The president doesn't have a whole lot of power to actually get into international treaties like India. In India, for example, the government can get into international treaties without getting consent from the parliament, because you've got executive power. Right. Whereas in the United States, you need the Congress to be on board. And we will have to see the composition of the Senate and the Congress to know whether Biden will have the power to renegotiate with Iran. I'm not sure about that. But on other issues, I
think that is a even more interesting point of conversation than actually talking about the presidential race. Because whoever becomes the president, if he can become a lame duck president, if the Senate isn't from the opposite party, right? I think that is an important part that one should not ignore. And like Dr. Professor Mohan Kumar mentioned, there is only so much of legislative power and executive powers that the president has got. in terms of negotiating treaties, in terms of immigration policies, in terms of aid to other countries. All that is limited by what the Congress is giving them power, right? So that is another aspect that we have not touched on so far in terms of how the Senate and the House's elections are panning out.
Right.
And they don't seem to be doing I think they were thinking about a 51-49 Democrat. At this point in time, it doesn't seem like it is trending that way, because Susan Collins has held her position. Lindsey Graham has held her position. So there seems to be that dynamic as well, irrespective of what is happening on the presidential race.
Yes, certainly. Too much of it up in the air right now, very, very uncertain. And we'll have to leave it there for you all who've joined us for the moment. We will have another set of guests joining us very soon. So thank you so much for joining us, all four of you, Ambassador Mohan Kumar, Ambassador Neelam Deo, Rajiv Nayan, as well as Professor Ram Ramachandra. Thanks for joining us for the moment.
And joining us from Delaware is our correspondent Nick Harper. Nick, we are standing by for a statement from Joe Biden, but what's happening on the ground?
Some information, though, coming from Joe Biden's campaign manager
within just the last few minutes, and they're certainly striking an upbeat, optimistic tone. We've heard from campaign manager Jen O'Malley Dillon, who in a live call to reporters within just the last few minutes has said that the results indicate we are on a clear path to victory this afternoon. So that would mean in the coming hours. She went on to point out that currently Joe Biden is up in Wisconsin, Michigan, and holds a lead in Pennsylvania as well. She said that if all of the ballot counters did what the president has asked everyone to do, to stop counting the ballots at this very moment, as it stands, Joe Biden would be the winner. Obviously, that's not going to happen. The votes will continue to be counted. But the message coming out of the Biden camp this morning seems to indicate that they feel that things look a lot rosier for them this morning than when they went to bed very late last night.
Well, certainly. And does that explain the latest tweets that have come out of Trump's Twitter handle?
Yeah, certainly a couple of angry tweets within the last 20-25 minutes or so from the president, again continuing to push these claims, baseless claims of fraud. He's doubling down on that. He's now zeroing in on the idea of ballot dumps. So these are absentee or postal ballots that arrive at postal centres potentially perhaps a little bit later than planned, and then get counted and then put Joe Biden, the Democratic candidate, ahead, because many more Democratic voters have voted by mail in this election than Republicans. Both of those tweets from the president seem to suggest a very angry mood within the White House this morning. But it is interesting that there is no whiff of an idea that he is backing away from those claims that he made last night, suggesting that he had won the presidency, even though counting was still scheduled to go for millions more votes, and fraudulently claiming that the Democrats were trying to steal this election.
But simply for the sake of argument, Nick, what the US president is saying is that he was leading, and he was leading quite handsomely. So if you have a certain trend, that trend should continue. But if you have, all of a sudden a number of votes that are coming in which are totally reverse to that trend, then one can raise a certain question, is because there is it's an impression that everyone who polled in one particular way, let's say early voting or by postal ballot, were only supporting one candidate. It seems that way. And everyone who came out to vote and cast their ballots on November 3rd were either voting for the president or the other side. In a sense that seemed more normal.
Well, yes and no. I mean, I think going into election day, we knew that we were going to see some early trends, but those early trends would skew one way or another and wouldn't present the full picture. For example, in Pennsylvania, they were not allowed to count any mail-in ballots before election day, and they were going to prioritize the counting of walk-in, people who've turned up, votes ahead of those mail-in ballots. So the thinking was that with more Republicans than Democrats turning up to vote on election day, and with more Democrats putting their ballot in the mail ahead of election day, we would begin to see, first of all, a lead for President Trump. But as those postal votes began to get counted, as a second priority after the walk-in votes, we would potentially begin to see the Democrat candidate Joe Biden beginning to take a lead. And that is why we've seen the reversal of that trend, that it was, yes, skewing for Donald Trump to begin with, but there were all those uncounted Democratic votes. And although the president is angry about that, we already knew that going into election day, that we could see potentially some leans in certain directions that wouldn't represent the true nature when all of the ballots were counted.
Yes, and there could be a rationale for what is happening right now as well, and what Trump essentially is doing, raising a lot of questions, raising doubt, raising a finger or a whole bunch of fingers of suspicion at what is happening, but won't he need to back it up if he wants to take it up to the court, substantiate it somehow, prove it that there's been something, some sort of a malpractice has been done here?
Well, absolutely. I mean, it's all very well and good for the president to say we are going to go to the Supreme Court, but yes, he needs some substantial evidence to prove why he has a case for that to happen. However, I guess we are seeing the worst case fears that Democrats had going into this election, this idea that Donald Trump for many months seems to have been sowing the seeds that the Democrats, with their mail-in ballots, would try to steal the election. He has put forward those claims, which are baseless, completely unverified, that mail-in ballots are in some way less important than people who turn up to vote in the polls, and that mail-in ballots are also open to election fraud, something that hasn't been proven on a mass scale here in the United States. So the Democrats were fearful of that, and we know that they set aside about $10 million to fight legal challenges right across the country. And they've been talking about this morning, Joe Biden's campaign tweeting, saying that we won't rest until every vote is counted. The campaign manager calling it outrageous, unprecedented and correct, and that they had legal teams standing by if they need to go into individual precincts, individual counties, to ensure that all the votes are counted and none of them are disqualified.
Yes, and we just put Donald Trump's Twitter feed on the screen just seconds ago, and the counters are moving on the likes and the retweets. So it seems that his tweet storm that he seems to be getting into now is really remobilizing his base, and it's not just about social media pretty much, and pretty soon it'll be seen on the streets as well. And what kind of an impact could that have on America this Wednesday?
Well, that is the other fear that Democrats have had going into this election. They say that Donald Trump, really throughout the last few months, as we've seen protests, for example, for Black Lives Matter over the summer months, they say that Donald Trump was fanning the flames, inciting violence on the streets. And they were worried that we may get to this scenario where we're potentially waiting hours, potentially waiting days for the final result to come in. And during that time, we would have a president who is fomenting trouble, who is saying things on social media or in person that would play very well to his base, who are suspicious of the Democrat motivations for counting all of the ballots, and that may lead to protests on the street, which may in turn lead to some sort of violence. We've seen the boarding up of big cities right across the US, including Philadelphia, just 30 minutes from here. The National Guard out there on the streets, worried that there may be some potential flare-ups. The hope is that won't happen, but the Democrats will be looking at the president and saying that with tweets like these that are unverified, that are baseless, that he is continuing to stir that pot of potential trouble.
Nick, you keep saying unverified and baseless, but on what grounds do you say baseless? Because, I mean, if it has never been proved that these ballots have been used fraudulently in the past, they were of a very small number in the past. I mean, in this particular case, they are huge. And that's what he's commenting about, the size of these ballots. And there is perhaps, a systemic problem also that could lead to an excess which, people may have cast more than one vote. These are just, or is that entirely, why is it not a possibility is what I'm trying to ask. Is it absolutely clear? Is it a foolproof system?
Well, when analysts have looked at this at the past and they've worked out the statistics when it comes to fraud, they have found that it's somewhere in the region of 0.00001% of ballots that are in some way fraudulent, and that could be from a number of different reasons. So it's a very, very small percentage, a minuscule percentage in US presidential elections. And yet Donald Trump has repeatedly pushed this claim that mail-in ballots are open to widespread fraud, that the Democrats would be able to somehow put in a whole load of ballots that simply shouldn't have existed. He has pushed that throughout the weeks in his rallies and on Twitter as well. So I think it's from an analytical, statistical viewpoint that it's being looked at, and the numbers are very, very tiny.
Or maybe he's hinting at some other sort of interference, foreign interference. That was an issue in 2016 as well, although at that time it was said that there was foreign interference in his favor, and that again, that entire issue couldn't be proven at all. There was no collusion that was found, and as far as we know now, nothing has come out of it.
No, there has been no suggestion as to this election, but there was fear going into it. Some of his own intelligence chiefs were looking at the possibility of interference from Iran or Russia. From what we're seeing so far today, there doesn't seem to be any major suggestion that there has been interference in this election this time around.
Thanks very much for being with us, Nick, joining us from Delaware. Moving on then, let's introduce you to our panel of guests. We have Pinak Ranjan Chakrabarti, former Secretary, Economic Relations in the Ministry of External Affairs. We have Michael Davis, who's a scholar on international relations, the Weatherhead East Asia Institute, Columbia University.
And we're also joined by Yashwant Raj, he's a senior journalist, and also Preeti Upara. She's a geopolitical expert and an Indian who's there in America. First, if I could come to you, Master Pinak Ranjan Chakrabarti, the entire situation as it's developing right now, do you feel that we will get to a situation where this will finally end up in courts, and then it might take even longer than what was being anticipated earlier in terms of completing the count?
Well, I think if the count is completed and there is a clear winner that emerges, that would naturally be the preferred option. Any one of them can get to 270 and be declared the next president. But if it happens that there is a challenge mounted to all this, even to the result, then I think it gets far more complicated. And I think then finally the courts will have to rule. If you remember the Bush versus Al Gore, contest that took place, there were paper ballots, and the Chad issue had come in, that whether the Chads had been sort of perforated properly, and so whether the ballot was therefore valid or invalid. It had gone to the, I think, Supreme Court, and they had ruled on it. But anyway, that election went in favor of George Bush. But I think what could happen here again is that it all depends on where it's heading after the counting. But I am doubtful that that President Trump can mount another legal challenge to the process of counting. I'm not sure whether that can be done or will be agreed to by the court. I think there has been some challenges mounted even before the election as to the process followed by, let's say, Pennsylvania, and I don't think the court could give a very clear decision on it, or it was tied or something, and so there was nothing done to change that process. Now, it's all a complicated business because the US is a federal country and the states have these powers to do, set their own rules, etc. It's quite different, and unlike India, where the election commission lays down the rules and everybody in India has to follow it, and there is no second, charter of rules, etc. So I think it's complicated in the US because of its long history as a democracy and how they had, how they went into this electoral college business. And it continues because there is no consensus in, of course, getting rid of it, and which would be the good thing actually, because the the candidates can go for the popular vote, and whoever wins the popular vote can be declared, which is normally the case in other presidential forms of election. But there it is. I mean, this is the United States of America with its own complicated system. And I think they will have to sort it out themselves, or the courts will have to sort it out.
Mr. Yashwant Raj, what would you think? Do you think that you know, the U.S. system of election needs to be changed? Perhaps go for the popular vote, because they look at it more perhaps like, you know, a tennis match where perhaps one party can win many more points, but he has to win the sets in the end to win the match. So here you have to win the states to win the election, even if you have won overall many less votes.
Yes, thanks for having me. Yes, there is a very active debate happening here in this country, and for a long time, and it got, it became a major issue again in 2016 when Hillary Clinton, she won the popular vote by almost 3 million votes.
Yes.
And yet it was President Trump who won the presidency with the Electoral College vote. So there is this whole idea about whether they should switch to popular vote. And what also happens additionally is that most of these polls that tend to come before the polling, actually, they are all, they measure the national mood. And a few of them also do a deep dive into battleground states, but the national polls tend to reflect the mood of the country. But when it's actually the Electoral College votes that decide the who's going to win or who's going to lose. So there has been a debate here for a long time now, and 2016 it got a major boost again, whether they should switch to just let the popular vote decide. But as of now, we don't have that system, so we'll have to go with what they have.
Okay. Right, Michael Davis, if I could come to you, Mr. Davis, in terms of how things are going right now, the kind of mandate that we're getting, does that indicate that America is moving towards a situation where perhaps it will need to look at how it conducts its elections and how it chooses its leaders? Because some might argue, as Yashwant was saying, the debate was there, that the election process, particularly for the post of president, is not truly representative.
Well, I think, of course, that's obvious. That there's several fundamental constitutional changes that could be made and should be made. The U.S. Constitution, as we know, is the oldest written one in the world, so it's kind of got its feet in the past in many ways in how it conducts business. And those constitutional changes have all been on prominent display recently. One is that the Senate in the federal system in the U.S. Represents each state equally. So I'm from the state of Hawaii, and we have as many senators as the state of New York, which is where I'm actually at the moment. And so that's one thing that has always empowered, especially the center of the country, that the so-called red states have way more power than their popular vote. Even right now, we know Biden is ahead by about 2.5 million votes in this election right now. So that's one thing. And the Senate itself is being chosen as we speak as well. Most of the senators, a lot of Republican senators up for election. But of course, they're not going to allow any change. The only way you could get that kind of change is have a sweeping victory by the Democrats so that they can ram through some kind of changes. Even the point that was most recently a big contentious point, the appointment of a Supreme Court justice, and the way it's done politically in the U.S. I know India struggles over how it appoints its judges as well. But the appointment of the Supreme Court justice is controlled by the Senate. And so those red states control that because they manage in this system that's unevenly balanced and gives more power to rural voters. They manage to hold on to the Senate very often. And so the result is even if Biden wins and they don't win the Senate, he's going to have a hard time getting the justices he wants appointed. So the reason for reforming that is great. So these are two federalism points that are important. And then, of course, this electoral college makes virtually no sense at all. But what it does in a country like the United States, where progressives and Democrats are on the borders of the country or in the big cities is it gives rural America perhaps a more pronounced voice in American politics. And again, those people who would have to make the kinds of reforms. In India, the parliament on its own can amend the constitution.
Yeah.
And of course,
Yes.
India's had about 100 amendments, but in the US, the constitution is very rigid. So while virtually anybody, even probably the Republicans, if they were honest, could recognize the system is very undemocratic in some ways, I don't think there's going to be any chance of changing it. And certainly now, I mean, Democrats were hoping, based on polls, that Biden might have a sweeping victory and drag in a few senators along with it. But as it turns out, it's turned out to be a squeaker. And so the next president, if it is Biden, is going to face a lot of limitations. And way down the list is going to be constitutional reform, because he's not going to be able to pull it off.
Ms. Upala, if we have to look at trying to bring about change from the people, that's how democracy works. But you have in the US, you have this establishment, and in fact, Joe Biden is an establishment man, and Donald Trump is not an establishment man. So he was the one who was supposed to be disruptionist and change everything, and perhaps he did it in his own way. But to bring about changes that would have to be, we would have to require something like that to happen. Do you think that the US system allows that kind of change, or people have to come in through the establishment?
Well, firstly, namaste, and thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be on your show. Yes, I think that America needs reform on so many levels, from immigration all the way to their electoral process. It's tricky because on any given day, the Electoral College could, benefit one party or the other, and it has, I think, over the course of several decades. So it's, you have to always think about the precedent of any change that gets made, because it might help you today, it might not help you down the future. So change definitely, obviously, occurs firstly in the person themselves, and then that projects onto society, states, and then the nation. I mean, one point I do want to say, it might be time for America to really get on with the EVMs, electoral voting machines, which, by the way, in India we use. That's a country of 1 billion people who vote, and they use it, and it's surprisingly hack-proof in many ways. Although I wouldn't, I don't know how that would go down in America. I think they need to make sure they get the right machines from the right nation. You might want to avoid a few providers. But yes, it's tricky because the Democratic Party always wants to talk about change and power to the people, and yet the person that they put up is as establishment as it gets, and that's the person that they've also come out and voted for. And there's quite a fraction of the DNC, the Democratic Party itself, that the burners and the real sort of the progressives who are not thrilled with this. So there's a divide already. I think there needs to be some soul searching done for both parties and for the country as well once this election is finally over. I think as a country we need to come together and ask ourselves what's not working within us and the system.
Certainly, that would be one area that you mentioned, Preeti, that India and America could cooperate on, perhaps managing of elections and conduct of elections. And Yashwant, in terms of exploring that possibility and many others, perhaps, in terms of how India and America could move forward together, it's already been on an upward trend, the last decade or so. But during the Trump reign, it was even better, the kind of ties, the way that they have progressed in the strategic sphere. Do you think that will stay the course, regardless of who would come up out of this particular contest?
Yes, thanks so much, Gaurav, for the question. Very senior U.S. State Department official was in India recently, and on the way back, he did a press conference in which he said that the relationship enjoys by widespread bipartisan support in the U.S., and every subsequent administration has only improved it, and they kind of build on each other. And so, there was President Bush, during whose time India and the U.S. signed the nuclear deal, which remains the set a very high standard for the relationship. And then President Obama, first president, U.S. president to visit India twice during his term, and then also the Republic Day parade, chief guest, etc. And then President Trump, his personal equation relationship with Prime Minister Modi, then the Houston Howdy Modi event, and Namaste Trump in Ahmedabad. And each administration improves in the previous one, and each administration also has had its own problems. Like during President Trump's time, we've had, you've seen trade tensions rise to unprecedented levels with, GSP, the Generalized System of Preferences being suspended, etc. So, but again, every administration has built on the previous administration's work, and it's only kind of improved. So there is bipartisan support for the relationship, and people in India, officials in India and the US agree that, it will only grow. And as things change in the world, the relationship will only grow. It's safe in the hands of the next president, whoever it is.
Right. Michael Davis, how would you look at Biden presidency in terms of a shift in policy? Because, well, as India is concerned, it enjoys bipartisan support, but when somebody wants to change a president and vote someone out, they want change, obviously. And when we look at Biden, he's coming perhaps because of the health care, the aspect that people were afraid of COVID and the possible bad management of COVID by the Trump administration. So assuming that Biden takes charge, what do you think would be his key priorities?
Well, I think one of them, of course, domestic policies are all what politics are about, and in campaigns, that's to be emphasized. But Biden spent years on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. He's very much an experienced person in dealing with international relations. And he's made very clear his chief objection to Trump is like the lone cowboy in international relations. He makes a lot of noise and he says things. In fact, it's interesting. Recently, people were doing opinion polls in China and Hong Kong and finding that Trump was more popular than Biden with more dissident people in those societies, because they thought he really, would push China and attack China and everything. And of course, if you're an activist in these places, you like someone who makes life hard for Beijing. Yes. But in fact, all Trump does in many ways is talk. I think the big thing you would see with Biden is the standard Democratic Party approach would be more multilateralism. So the allies, the U.S., when Trump won his election, the first thing he did was abandon TPP, mostly just because it had Obama's name on it, which is probably why he also wants to abandon the health care law that exists, because it's called Obamacare. So he personalizes these things. He's not been successful at abandoning that, but he did dump TPP. And then he goes on and he wants to create pressures on China regarding trade, but he's alienated his allies in that project because he's not approached it in a multilateral way. In fact, the one trade agreement where he had everyone except China and Asia on board, he abandoned it. So I would expect, that because of labor support for the Democratic Party, they may not, Biden has not emphasized that in his campaign, but I would expect U.S. would go back into TPP after the election because there's a consensus across the aisle in the U.S. between the two parties that the relationship with China has not been successful and that they should be tough on China. So I would expect less bombastic from Biden, but maybe more working with his allies and trying to repair the damage in international relations left behind by Trump. Some people worry that will mean that he will be too easily manipulated by China, that China's, even my colleague, I visit as a professor at the Jindal Global University, and my colleague Shireen Challa has worried about that, has mentioned that at least, that that Chinese would know how to play the Democrats a bit more. Okay. I'm not too worried about it because I think I've spent a lot of time in Washington, and I think there's a general consensus that the old vision of how to get along with China and that China would someday reform was failed. And so I would expect this more of a multilateral approach. And I don't think they're going to abandon all the Trump initiatives when it comes to trying to pressure China on technology transfers and things of this nature. What they will do also, I think they're going to be more human rights sensitive, so they're probably going to speak out more on Xinjiang and the Uyghur situation, and probably more on Hong Kong. Trump was kind of a reluctant participant in the pressure put on China over Hong Kong.
Okay, let's bring in Ambassador Chakrabarti again into this. And Ambassador Chakrabarti, if it is still, although right now it seems that Biden has got some wind in his sails, but if it's still Trump, do you feel that it will be much of the same? He will continue with his striding stance against China and so many other global issues as well, or his second term he can ratchet it up further, or maybe some were saying that he might use the opportunity to strike a deal with China as well and on some other fronts?
Well, one thing that if he wins, if he comes out a winner, then he will certainly feel that he has been vindicated in the sense that the kind of policies that he has followed, America first, etc., and going away from all the multilateral deals, JCPOA, TPP, the Atlantic, trade deal, etc., and the climate change agreement, the Paris agreement. So I think he might say that, look, I am vindicated. I have won. The people of my country or the people of America have voted me back to power, which means they support my policies, the kind of policies I have followed. So he might continue along the same line, making adjustments where necessary. I am not so sure whether he is going to use, he might use the pressure on China to do a deal, because I think the corporate sector and the business lobby, American business lobby, has profited enormously by the shift of manufacturing to China. And there is clearly, I think, a bipartisan consensus that this whole concept, a very flawed concept, as many of us at that time had thought, that somehow supporting China's integration with the global economy and allowing China to prosper economically will somehow change China into, a beacon of democracy, etc. Now, Chinese leaders were smart enough to see that the Soviet Union broke up precisely because of the fact that it had a weak economy. And, the whole issue of, because the Soviet Union was not integrated with the world economy in the sense that China is today. And China is a large economy, probably as large as the United States in another few years. But it has opened its cards in the sense that China has played its cards, saying that, look, we have arrived and we would now like to take on the United States. So they are pushing at their periphery at every point. They began it in South China Sea. They got embarrassed because there was no pushback from the Americans. Now there is a little bit of pushback through these phone-op operations in South China Sea and maybe the Indo-Pacific, the Malabar exercises, etc.
Yes.
But these are still symbolic in the sense that these are not really like, let's say, NATO or something that is an alliance to its role was in Europe.
Okay.
So what Trump could do is to carry on with this kind of practices or this kind of thing, but he could also do a somersault at any time, because that's the way he works. And if he sees some benefit, he can do a somersault, change course, etc. But I'm not so sure on the Quad that this somersault would be possible. But I don't rule it out, because he can do anything. But I don't know whether the American establishment and others, the Pentagon, for example, has worked very hard to build this defense relationship with India, and whether they would be very happy to just walk back and go home and not carry on with this defense relationship. Okay, so I don't think that might happen in the domain of defense and security, but in trade, in any other domain, it could.
Sure.
Well, for now, uncertainty seems to be the operative word right now. And to just extend this further, if you look at the possibility of even a tie, let's try and explore that as well. Now, what if there's a tie? Let's bring up certain scenarios for you, if we could have that on the screen as well. And those scenarios really speak to the fact that there could be two of them broadly. And that is when Biden wins all the states that Hillary Clinton won in 2016. That is a given as far as those scenarios are concerned. That is something that is emerging as well, it seems, at this stage.
In fact, that has emerged. In fact, and
Yeah.
Biden has also taken one of the states, Arizona,
Yes,
which
that
was won
had
by
gone to Trump.
Yeah.
He's wrestled it back. And further on, if you look at what could really happen is Biden also gains Michigan, Wisconsin and Arizona.
Which is already happened, yes.
Happened. And
Or at
the
least
other
appears to
scenario
have
there
happened.
again, the presumption is that he gets all the states won by Hillary Clinton, and he's added on to that as well. And in this particular scenario, if we look at the other possibility, is Biden also gains Michigan and Pennsylvania, having won 1 of 5 Nebraska votes. So that could get Biden across as well, couldn't it, Mark?
Right. And so what happens then? It happens that, well, the House of Representatives then chooses the president in the case of a tie. And each state delegation in House will have 1 vote. And simple majority of states of 26 or more votes is needed for the win. So at that end, and the vice president-elect serves as the acting president in case of a deadlock. So the House has to keep voting till the deadlock is broken, and the Senate chooses the vice president by a simple majority. So this is the case in case of a tie. And if the Senate also gets deadlocked, then the Presidential Succession Act comes into play, and well, the House Speaker becomes the House Speaker becomes the acting president till the House and the Senate deadlocks are broken. So these are some unusual circumstances, so we have to look at these possibilities as things stand. Mr. Yashwant Raj, we are looking at India-US relations, which we said has had bipartisan support. But, some would think that even though it has had bipartisan support, and the Democrats have said that, they do support India, but they are far more liberal in their views. And perhaps, the immigration policy is something that India may benefit from. But otherwise, what do you think? Do you think that really the Democrats have done enough for Indian business interests abroad, for perhaps India's emergence as a greater power in the world, perhaps more support in the UN Security Council for one, or on the international stage itself?
Yes, sir. Again, let me go back to President Obama's tenure. If you remember, he declared U.S. support for India's claim to a UN Security Council permanent position during his visit to India in 2012, if you remember. And U.S. became the first P5 country to come out in support of India's claim to a UNSC seat. So that is a big, big plus. And then it was again President Obama's tenure when India was declared a major defense partner, which essentially which allows India to buy sensitive defense technology from the U.S. and stuff. So again, I go back to my point about India enjoying bipartisan support. I mean, every president will have some pet peeves and pet favorite subjects and things that they will push, but by and large, the relationship enjoys bipartisan support, and not only just in the executive, but also among lawmakers. And there might be a few hearings at which India comes in for criticism on some issues, but again, we need to look at the broader relationship, which has had kind of very, very wide support and broad support in the U.S. So it would be not correct to say one party is better for India than the other, because After all, India has to deal with both. I mean, India can't choose who it wants to talk to. India can't shut down and say, okay, Democrats are in parts, so we'll not talk to Democrats, or the Republicans are in parts, so we'll not talk to Republicans. India has to talk to both of them, and the good thing for India is that there is widespread support among Democrats and Republicans for a relationship with India to grow. And
certainly, the other factor, Preeti Upala, if I could come to you, is the Indian American community there, and we've seen how things have evolved there as well in terms of changing preferences, the shifting preference from mostly Democratic support to some Republican now as well. We've seen that happening. I'm told that Preeti is not with us at the moment. If I could come to you, Ambassador Chakravarti, on that, how much of that has been a factor as far as these elections are concerned? Do you think that is something that may be tilting the balance here as well?
Is this for me?
I was told that you're not with us. Go ahead, Preeti.
I'm with you. Can I take the question?
Yes,
please, go ahead.
Okay, sorry, because I was this is the India-US relationship is a speciality of mine, so I keep hearing people talk about it. I'm like, I just wanted to chip in. Look, recently with what's happened with the Quad, the 2+2 dialogues, as well as the $20 billion defense trade deal between the US and India, that's an extraordinary step, I think, historic in many ways. I feel that this present administration has done more, I would say, than its counterparts in the past to really strengthen the relationship with India. And I think they really do view, they look at a common threat and they get that. And I think, when Secretary Mike Pompeo and Mark Esper, when they visit India, they're very clear on what's going on in the Indo-Pacific and that they're going to back India. And I do take their word for it. They're obviously putting their money where their mouth is. And obviously a different administration, it would be hard to completely back out of all of that, because I think that the way that the two countries are bound up, thankfully, you can't just escape from that. But I would hate to see the Quad turn into a trio, if you know what I mean. I think as far as the community goes, yes, there has been a shift. I think the recent stances of the DNC towards internal policies of India, whether it's Kashmir or CAA or a few other points, has not really gotten down well with the community here. They have felt that the DNC has been a little antagonistic towards India, the government of India, and in a way, the Indian American community themselves. I think they've personalized it a lot. And I have seen, a lot of people who've made the shift to center or even right. And I think the DNC is going to lose a lot more Indian voters if they continue that. They can't sort of keep doubling down on that because they have strong lobbies on the other side and they want to pander to a certain vote block, which seems to be happening. I think there's, that's a dangerous path, and I don't think anybody wants to go down that track. So I hope that whichever administration comes in, that they continue this relationship, because I think for the next half century, the India-US a global strategic alliance is going to be the most important one moving forward. And post-COVID, nobody wants a world that's run by China. This is for sure, which puts India actually in a very good position.
Certainly, I'm sure neither of the administrations, whichever one comes in,
and strengthen that.
Whichever one comes in will allow that, Mark.
Yes, indeed. We'd like to thank Yashwant Raj for joining us. Thanks very much. We understood you had only a little time with us, but we've extended that a little longer than you had given us. Thanks very much for being with us.
Thanks you so much.
And we're also joined by Kate Fisher, who joins us from Washington, D.C. now with an update from there. Kate, so the situation is quite... it's interesting in some ways, but it's also quite frightening when one looks at the possibilities of a lengthy battle in court, and also concerns about let's say what's going to happen in case one party decides to take to the streets. So what give us the sense of the ground situation?
Well, there is a lot of bluster from both sides at the moment, especially Donald Trump's camp. He is still in the White House behind me here, strategizing with his team about how they are going to deal with the current situation, which is still hugely unclear from a national perspective. He's just completed, or his campaign team has just completed a call to journalists talking about how they're feeling at the moment, and the upshot is that is very confident, very bullish, saying that we are in a very, very, very good position, suggesting that Donald Trump is on course to win Pennsylvania, they say, by 40,000 votes. That's their projection. Of course, there's still more than 1 million votes to be counted in that state, and they have 3 extra days after polling day to do so. That's something that Donald Trump has been railing against. Last night at the White House, we heard him say that he believed he was victorious, even though those votes are yet to be counted. He's continuing, his campaign is continuing with that very confident approach this morning, even though there are signs that in certain states the needle, as they say, is starting to tip towards Joe Biden as those postal votes and early votes that came in before the official polling day are counted up.
Yeah, certainly. And Kate, at this time, at this point of time, a lot of these tweets that are being put out by Donald Trump, or some of the retweets that he's been doing, are also being removed by Twitter, as some or all of it could be misleading. So that again is a dimension. If those tweets are disappearing from the Twitter feed, then how can they become valid grounds if this matter ends up in court?
Yeah, that's right. Donald Trump is falsely saying that he has won this election. The votes, as I say, have not yet been counted, and it is perfectly legal for them to continue to be counted. So Twitter has, Twitter has taken it into their own hands. Their policing of factual inaccuracies on their social media site. They have said that these tweets are not correct because all the votes have not yet been counted, and that is the law in this country, so they've removed them. For example, Donald Trump was saying just within the last hour on Twitter that last night I was leading often solidly in many key states. In most of them were democratically run states, and then one by one they started to magically disappear. Very strange in capital letters, and the pollsters got it completely wrong. So there he is, railing against states run by Democratic governors. He is blaming them and alleging that some kind of fraud or mismanagement has occurred. Again, we have no evidence that that has happened, and it is perfectly legal and perfectly normal in an American election for the votes to still be being counted today, especially given how many extra ballots were cast.
But if I can, comment on that and just for the sake of argument, give a counter view. Election day, Kate, is supposed to be the 3rd of November, and it's the first Tuesday after the first Monday in November, and it's decided as per the convention. It's just a single day. But if this early voting system and postal ballot system and all these other systems are allowed, then you actually have an election season in the United States that begins way in in October, and it carries on well past November 3rd. What's the whole point of the sanctity of November 3rd then as the election day? That is the kind of big argument that can perhaps be made about this electoral process.
It's a very good point, and there is, I would say that sanctity is not quite the case anymore. We've been reporting on this election for months and months, if not years, because let's face it, as soon as Donald Trump won the election in 2016, he kind of got back on the campaign trail. He's been holding rallies ever since he moved into the White House, and the early voting system in this country has been in the states that run it, has been introduced to allow more access for people to be able to vote. So the reason that early voting is here is so that people who have jobs that mean that they can't attend a polling station on one specific day, or they have family commitments, caring commitments, or they can't afford to take a day off work to vote, they are able to do so in different ways. And that is one of the reasons the Republican Party traditionally do not like that, because they prefer, generally their voters are able to go to a polling station on polling day, and that means they get a higher turnout, whereas traditionally Democratic voters are more likely to be working class and therefore perhaps not able to find time on one specific polling day to cast their ballot.
Right. Well, that argument still stands, and we'll have to see if that is actually made if it comes to that juncture. Kate, thanks for joining us for the moment from Washington, D.C. And let's, for the final time, go across to our guests as well. If I could first ask you, Michael Davis, at this juncture, do you feel that there will be this eventuality? Will it be necessary that the courts will need to be invoked, or are we going to see that that may not be required at all? We might have a verdict. Would you stick your neck out and say who might that be in favor of?
Well, it looks now like the situation is leaning heavily towards Biden, because if you look at Nevada and Arizona, it's very close, but the reportage I've heard is most of the votes that are missing, that they're waiting for, these mail-in votes, and the Democrats have been using that method of voting more than the Republicans, in part because Trump attacked it. So the Republican, the loyal Trump supporters were discouraged from using that method. And so the Democrats were doing it. I would add to the comment that was just made a little bit ago, that in addition to having the technology to allow this kind of voting and spread the voting time out a bit, we've also had a pandemic. Yes. So the idea that voters would vote online or through the mail is a way to avoid having people violate the social distancing rules. So I'm here in New York City, and I saw lines stretching way around the blocks, several blocks of people voting early even. So I think a lot of this is absolutely justified this year, but like a lot of things this year, once you start figuring out you can do these things, for example, I teach 2 courses in Hong Kong from New York City via Zoom. Once you figure out you can do these things, it becomes part of the norm. And so I think some of this will be left with us long after the pandemic is gone. But I think that pandemic is very much at play here, and it's difficult to attack the idea that people would use mail-in voting in this particular time. So that's one thing. But on the who's going to win, I think in Michigan and Wisconsin, again, the same results suggest. So quite frankly, it appears that even if Biden doesn't take Pennsylvania, takes Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada, and Maine, that he'll have 271 electoral votes and win the election. So yes. The tendency is certainly leaning in Biden's way, although not guaranteed, because you can't be sure those last votes that are being counted are, as we have experienced so far, leaning towards the Democrats.
Right, and Pinak Ranjan Chakrabarti, people were commenting about the age of the candidates involved. Would you see that, in either case, causing a bit of a concern to the way things are going to be handled in world affairs? Because we've seen presidents of, let's say, the age group of late 40s to early 50s have been rather efficient in running their affairs in terms of their enthusiasm.
Well, both are in their 70s, and I think they're separated by 4 or 5 years at best, I think. And if you look at their age, then there's nothing much to choose from. In fact, when I look at television, I find Biden more sprightly, leaner than Mr. Trump. And clearly he walks or does some exercise, which President Trump probably doesn't. And so I think, I don't think age is going to be too much of a factor. Although some people have tried to use it, and that Mr. Biden is too old and so may not be very active, etc. And the Republicans have even said that he will hand over everything to his Vice President Kamala Harris, and so all those arguments have been made, all those allegations have been made, and they are all over now, and now we are really into counting. So I don't think age is a factor here, but you are right that we have had younger presidents, from Clinton, George Bush, Obama. They were very young, much younger when they became president. So, but this is a change that can happen in, in any democracy. That you can have an older president or prime minister. We have seen in India older prime ministers. So
yes,
I don't think that's we can make it a norm that you need a young leader all the time, and so I don't think that should be a consideration at this time.
Okay, and Preeti Bala, if I could come to you and ask you in terms of where would you think this mandate is going to lie in just a matter of a day, maybe a day and a half, we may have a verdict if the courts don't intervene?
Well, it's never over until the fat lady stops singing, I suppose. I think this is going to really go down to the wire. I suspect there's some drama in store for us. I don't think it's quite over yet. I guess in the next few days or even later today, we'll find out where things stand. I do want to say that there's something very fateful and otherworldly about this election. It's not normal, and it's almost like it's written in the stars, so to speak, who's going to come into the White House next, because I just feel that they're intertwined with the geopolitical landscape that's taking form, and they're I think they're going to have to lead the country, and for better or for worse. I just hope that we get the right leadership that can deal with the great issues, the great threats, the great adversaries out there. And particularly as an Indian American, obviously I care about an administration that is going to be respectful to a loyal and a good ally, and see that relationship as extremely important moving forward. And this is a very divided country. I think this election is very symbolic of actually what's going on in society. And instead of elections are supposed to bring people together.
Yes.
I think this election has divided us even further. So I think when all of this is done, we really do need to do some soul searching, come together and, really think, I think, of a better country for us, and
I think
a larger, more
I think we'll have to leave it there. Thank you very much.
Let's just see how things pan out.
Yes, and we'd have to leave it there. Thanks very much, Preeti Upala and Michael Davis and Pinakaranjan Chakrabarti for joining us in this discussion. And well, it seems that it's not over, and it's not going to be over for some time. But it's also getting very interesting because there are a lot of unusual permutations and combinations that are possible. We even talked about a possibility of a tie. And well, let's see how it plays out.
Well, yes, and let's hope that whatever is to happen happens soon, fast enough, doesn't really linger on for too long for things to become really unstable and uncertain. That would not be good for anyone at all. We'll leave it there at the moment and keep you updated with other news as well. That will be coming up very soon. Stay with DD India.
He had warned for years that a new virus could cripple the world. His predictions came true with the COVID-19 pandemic. And now his focus is on solutions with global collaboration. Our guest today is the co-founder of Microsoft and the co-chair of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Bill Gates. Welcome, Bill Gates, to Doordarshan.
Thank you.
When you said in 2015 that your biggest fear is an epidemic, what signs were you reading?
Well, a respiratory virus can spread very quickly, and we travel so much now that even compared to 100 years ago, which was the last time we had a global pandemic, this would spread much faster. And so I was worried that the governments of the world weren't thinking about this, hadn't really practiced how they would quickly find the cases and try and avoid this exponential spread. Some investments were made, including India and others joined a thing called CEPI, but not enough preparation was made for this terrible pandemic.
You didn't imagine it to be as deadly as this has proven to be, isn't it?
Well, this pandemic could be worse. As bad as it is, the fatality rate could be far higher. The thing that in my 2015 talk I underestimated was the economic damage. I, at that point, said $3 trillion, and thought, wow, that's a large number. The fact that people would need to change behavior so much and the economic impact, I underestimated that because we didn't have the tools to control it, that it would be the economy that would take a lot of the pain.
All eyes are now the world over a vaccine, and we are aware that there are several efforts that are underway to have one. In your assessment, is there a possible time frame for a vaccine?
Yes, I'm quite confident that in the first half of 2021, that some of these first wave of vaccines will get approved by a top-notch regulator like the US FDA. I'm also optimistic that then we can take that vaccine and not only manufacture it in the company who created the vaccine, and those first 6 lead candidates going through a top regulatory process are all in the West, Europe and the US, but there are some wonderful partnerships with companies in India like Serum, BioE, who have substantial capacity to be a second source and to make those vaccines in large volume. And so we've been working with the companies on both sides, trying to be as ready as possible so we can make a lot of volume during calendar 21 and try and really bring the numbers down. And we won't be able to get the billions of doses and get them delivered until it'll take through 2022. Although in 2021, we should be able to get the highest priority work should be done. But sadly, to get billions of doses out, even to do that by the end of 2022 would be a huge achievement, very complex logistics, and we'd need the vaccines that are the cheaper, higher productivity manufacturing, like hopefully Johnson & Johnson, AstraZeneca. Hopefully those succeed because there's a clearer path to get large numbers of those than some of the other vaccines.
Are you fairly confident of a vaccine considering that it's been well over 30 years and we are still waiting for a vaccine for HIV?
Well, HIV is a far more difficult pathogen because of the way that it mutates. Dr. Fauci runs the group. The 2 biggest funders of the HIV vaccine work are our foundation and Dr. Fauci's group. And maybe one of these new vaccine platforms will help us with that. But yes, this pathogen, the likelihood of having quite an effective vaccine in the first half of 2021 is very high because we're pursuing a lot of different approaches, 3 different approaches in those 6 vaccines and then several others in the ones that come after that.
Whenever a vaccine is available, Bill, will it offer full protection?
Well, the allocation of the limited supply of the vaccine is a very tough problem. We don't want just to use price so that the richest countries or the richest people have that access. Figuring out how do you get it out to the people who are at risk of getting sick or transmitting, and doing that with some equity in mind. We've been gathering a lot of discussion, including with leadership in India, and this is a global problem. We want to get rid of this pathogen everywhere so it's not coming back and reinfecting countries again and again.
Could there be a scenario, Mr. Gates, that there would be multiple vaccines initially before there is a second generation vaccine that offers long-term protection?
Yes, it's likely that multiple of these vaccines will prove effective, and some may be better at preventing sickness, some may be better at blocking transmission, and we'll have to monitor as we actually get those vaccines out, making absolutely sure there aren't rare side effects, making sure that we really measure the impact. But it's possible that a vaccine that's not totally effective could get out, but then a later vaccine, we'd ask people to go back again. Now the cost and the logistics of that are not as good as just being able to pick a great one the first time. But it's uncertain. Many vaccines are like 100% effective, but these vaccines will be approved even if they're just 50% effective.
Will various countries need to realign their immunization programs just in case there are multiple vaccines initially, and then wait for the second generation vaccine and include that into their immunization program?
Yeah, so this will be what we call campaign vaccine. It won't just be young children coming in. This will be actually in the beginning everybody who's over 18, not the normal target for vaccination. And so what we want is ideally to tell you digitally where to go. We don't want large crowds standing around waiting. We want, wherever there is vaccine, we want to get it into people as quickly as possible. And some of these vaccines have very complex cold chain requirements. So using a digital tool to coordinate those things, there's been discussion in India about exactly how that infrastructure comes together, that Nana Neelankani put forward some ideas. Actually, the thinking there in India in some ways is more advanced than in many other countries.
That sounds great. Let's come to the distribution of vaccines now. How will COVAX ensure equitable and affordable access?
Yeah, so COVAX is a facility that the World Health Organization and many other partners, including our foundation, have pulled together so that particularly as the rich countries are buying vaccines, we help them have access, but that they're paying a little extra to help finance the vaccine for the developing countries. So that co-financing piece and some donations, we should be able, using the strength of Gavi, to execute on this. We should make it that all the countries have access, and we don't have financial exclusion here, because it's to everyone's benefit to bring this transmission to an end. So that facility was to get global cooperation. We've seen some progress on it, although the U.S. Still hasn't engaged, but I am hopeful that they will, and that'll draw even more people in.
Is there a timeline or a time frame that COVAX is looking at for distribution of vaccines the world over?
Well, of course, the critical path right now is the approval by a strong regulator and having that data to show both the safety and the effectiveness. So, the starting line in some ways is in the first half of next year. Then the next critical path will be the manufacturing capacity, and that's where these second source agreements with people like Serum will be so valuable, because they are experts in making vaccines at very high volume. Then you get to the third, which is now you have vaccines being made as fast as possible. Exactly where should they go? Everyone agrees health workers are a place to start, then elderly who are at risk of dying from the disease. But exactly how that works across countries, we still have a lot of work to do, both on the resources and the prioritization rules.
Some rich countries have pre-booked millions of doses of vaccines. Can that impact distribution of vaccines?
we are right that the rich countries who have financed, to their credit, the trial work and the R&D work, which, it's great in the U.S. That's the one aspect of this pandemic where the U.S. has done the best job, is that generous financing together with CEPI, but the U.S. money is the biggest by far. Now, the factories that are part of that financing are completely dedicated to rich countries. So that, it's not an equity-driven thing. We need more resources from the U.S. To support procurement for the developing countries. And I think that will come along. The U.S. has been somewhat distracted, but some of the proposed stimulus bills do have funding that would get this buying facility through Gavi to be financed.
Whenever a vaccine is available, will a majority of the world's population need to get vaccinated for protection, or will only a certain percentage need vaccination for herd immunity?
In any country where you have widespread infection, you probably have to get to over 70% of the population vaccinated to be sure that you can't get it starting up again in significant numbers. So you need quite an effective vaccine and probably 70% of the population. What we want to do is eliminate coronavirus from humans because it won't cross over again for a long, long time. And we'd like to go back to being able to, do large public events that, will be one of the last things to get restored. So yes, we're talking about a lot of vaccine in most of the countries. A country like China that has very few cases, that's complicated. If they think the rest of the world is getting rid of it, maybe they won't need to vaccinate their population. But most countries, including the US and India, will have to have widespread vaccination.
In your address to the Grand Challenges annual meeting, you focused on the need for greater R&D. How does a platform like that help offer solutions for future?
Yeah, our foundation sponsored an event called Grand Challenges, and it was hosted by India, although a lot of people are connected virtually. And our key partners, the Prime Minister made a great speech as part of that, the Department of Biotechnology, ICMR, Niti Aayog, all were great partners in a discussion both about this pandemic, the things you and I have been discussing, but also the R&D to be ready for the next pandemic. And that's a much more hopeful story, that we can have vaccine platforms that you could get a vaccine a lot faster than this time and have all that huge Indian capacity available for those new vaccine platforms. And so I'm actually quite optimistic that, given this tragedy, that we will take steps so the next time something like this comes along, the damage economically in health, should be dramatically less because we'll be ready to go with diagnostics, therapeutics, and high-volume vaccines.
Diagnostics have emerged as an area of concern, considering the false negatives and the false positives that are being reported. How do you suggest there can be an improvement in that realm?
Well, the scale of testing is now quite impressive. India's ramped up, the US has ramped up. The PCR test, where you take this swab and send it to the central lab to a PCR machine, those are quite accurate. There are not a lot of false positives or negatives with those. The other tests, which are more local, it's called point of care, they aren't as sensitive. So they do have more false negatives. So how we stitch all that together and get the data as we scale up to even higher levels of testing, that is going to be a challenge. But we're very lucky that the PCR test is quite an accurate test.
You talked about India's capacities. Well, India is sending therapeutics the world over. We've seen how India is helping neighboring countries with research to help fight the COVID-19 pandemic. India wants to help more countries fight this out. What more can India do, according to you?
Well, thrilled that India is participating in this global effort. And India has these capacities, and both the government and the different parts of the government and the companies have been fantastic partners at saying, okay, how do we prepare? How do we get ready? Is it going to be the Novavax or J&J or AstraZeneca, and which one can you make in high volume, and how do we, while maintaining safety, get this thing approved very, very quickly? So all of that is in quite good shape, standing by for most likely an FDA emergency use license. So, India's to be congratulated for stepping in and thinking not just about India, although that's super important, but also about the global effort.
Initial projections hinted at the possibility of a disproportionately large number of infections in India, but that was not the case because timely interventions were made, and now the growth rate of this pandemic is plateauing here. How do you look at the way India has handled this crisis and Prime Minister Narendra Modi's leadership through it? Well,
the message about wearing masks and social distancing, I think that's quite clear in India. In a few countries like the US, it's become almost political and been confused, but in India, mask wearing, I think, is broadly accepted. The testing was ramped up. I'm sure, we can look back and see, okay, how could we have done this thing faster or that thing faster and be more ready for the next pandemic? But the government has had a clear message about activities. So, minimizing the damage, using not only that vaccine capacity that I mentioned, but also the digital benefits programs to get money out without, much in the way of lost money directly to particularly women. That foundation, the payment system that India has, that all the other countries are looking at with some jealousy because it was done so effectively.
Europe is witnessing the second wave of infections. How challenging is that?
Well, it's very challenging that people are fatigued about not seeing their friends and not having the type of gatherings that they would normally have. And so every country, was hoping that this fall the numbers would be going down instead of going up. And it's still quite heterogeneous, but in the US and many other countries, we're seeing the numbers going the other direction, including some countries that didn't have huge first waves and some countries that did have huge first waves. So we have to be quite modest about our ability to predict where this will hit. But the overall story is that the IHME forecast, which has been the most accurate so far, shows a pretty grim fall for a lot of countries.
Well, vaccines come at a cost. Not having a vaccine well in time also comes with a cost. Has the clock been set back on, say, the healthcare domain in some of the poor and developing countries because of this pandemic?
Well, yes, the ill effects of the pandemic go far beyond just the sickness and deaths from coronavirus itself. The disruption to other health activities has been quite substantial. And as you move into, say, Africa or countries that are earlier in development than India, that disruption has meant that the routine immunization coverage has gone down a lot. And so we'll see more deaths from diarrhea and pneumonia. So sadly, it's a setback in almost every respect, including other health work.
How long before things go back to where they were?
Well, I'm hopeful that in 2021, we can start to drive the numbers down, the number of deaths by having better therapeutics, the number of infections by starting to get the vaccines out to the right people. But in terms of fully going back to normal, I'd say the best case there would be the end of 2022, although restoring a lot of the economic activity, if we're smart about how it's done, mask wearing, good protocols, a lot of that we should be able to resume by the end of 2021.
United Nations member states have committed to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. Do you see that happening by that time, considering the disruption caused by this pandemic?
Yeah, so those goals, I think, are super important. They're like the world's report card. And so every year, our foundation puts out a report to say, okay, are we making that progress? And normally it's a very positive thing because slowly but surely, childhood deaths are going down, partly because of great vaccines, malnutrition's going down. Most of those causes, those goals, you see slow but steady progress. And every year we get to talk about who's doing the best and sharing best practices. The pandemic has been a huge setback. Many of those goals we've been set back 5, 10 years. And so we're not going to be as far along as we wanted to by 2030. It doesn't mean the progress isn't still important, but when we set those goals, we did not anticipate the pandemic and the way that it would have gigantic damage to health systems and economies.
Besides vaccines, there's a lot of focus on therapeutics as well. President Donald Trump has projected monoclonal antibodies as a possible cure for COVID-19, saying he felt much better after taking it. How would you assess that mode as a treatment for COVID-19?
So far, we don't have many therapeutics. We have a late-stage immune modulator called dexamethasone, which is helpful. The monoclonal antibodies are very promising. Potentially, they could reduce death rates by over 70% if they really pan out. So many companies and our foundation are working on those trials. Potentially by the end of the year, those could be approved. Again, we'll have to worry about the cost and the capacity to make those. We don't want them just to go to rich people or rich countries. And so, our foundation's talking with all the different people with factories. We've reserved some capacity. But yes, I'm very hopeful that therapeutic will be the first one that will make a dramatic difference if it all pans out between now and the end of the year.
Are you confident that we'll be better prepared for the next pandemic?
Yes, sadly, it took a gigantic tragedy to have the voices like mine and others who are warning about this taken seriously. But I have no doubt that the tens of billions of investment that need to be made globally to have a quick response next time in every category, that will be made. And we'll come up with cooperative structures, we'll do the innovation. In fact, one positive thing to say is that innovation will help us with other diseases, including HIV, TB, and malaria. It'll help us to have surveillance. We'll have disease experts who are working on diseases like measles and polio and malaria, and they will be trained. And if there's another pandemic, they'll switch over. And so we'll have them in place with the right skills ready to go, but helping on other problems when there's not a pandemic.
These are difficult times indeed, but during lockdowns, we got the opportunity, space and time to do certain things that we wouldn't have done in normal days. People experimented with a lot of things. Did you take up anything?
Well, I'm very lucky. I have a great internet connection and a comfortable house. I'm lucky my college-age kids were home more, which at least for me was a great pleasure. Yes, I've been able to read a bit more, but the intense activity where the foundation, as an expert in infectious disease, is stepping forward to help coordinate things, it's also kept me very, very busy.
You told me last time around about your favorite book. Did you get the time to go through that again, or you chose some other book, considering that you're an avid reader?
I typically read a book or so a week. There's a lot. There's one about the cure of cystic fibrosis, which is a medical miracle called Salt Becomes Breath. There's a lot of books about, Fareed Zakaria has one about 10 things we should do for after the pandemic. So yes, I'm getting a chance to read a lot of great books.
One of your tweets caught my eye. You're writing a book on climate change. Shed some light on that subject, and how was the experience writing it?
Well, climate change is another disaster that voters depend on governments to employ experts and make investments, so we avoid, huge damage that will come as the climate gets worse and worse. Sadly, for climate change, there's nothing like a vaccine where you can spend, a few $1 billion and get something that once it's distributed, brings it all to a close. Climate change is far more difficult. And so the lead time and the amount of money involved is way, way greater. So far, people have not lost sight of that as an important cause, even as we're thinking about the pandemic. And so my book talks concretely about the innovations that are required. We're not going to stop building buildings or using electricity. So we have to have ways of doing all of those activities with actually having zero emissions, which, there's no way to do that for steel or cement today. So we need a lot of R&D money, a lot of cooperation to invent new approaches.
You had predicted that a new virus would cripple the world, and that, of course, would have been based on studies and observations. Now, new studies have come in. Are you making any predictions on when this COVID-19 pandemic is going to end?
Well, without a vaccine, we'd be faced with many tens, over 10 million deaths, as that the virus circulated and, would create eventually a level of immunity. Fortunately, because our vaccine technologies are good enough, I think that's what will bring it to an end. So the critical path is that approval, high volume manufacture, intelligent distribution, and that should be doable within the 2 to 3 year time frame.
So 2 to 3 years is what we're looking at for the end of this pandemic. Thank you, Bill Gates, for joining us on Doordarshan.
Thank you.
So that was Bill Gates speaking on the COVID-19 pandemic. Thanks for watching.
और इस गीत के बाद
All India Radio.
That won the first prize. बहुत रोमांटिकली
Ahead of the trade negotiations that are slated,
दिवस के साथ-साथ
it has undergone 9 revisions. Kohli, with 903 rating points, is 34 points behind Smith. 900.
This is All India Radio. The news read by Anuja Kumar.
नमस्कार।
As the day unfolds and news and events take shape, we get you complete coverage of every news breaking in, tracking new developments as they happen. Midday Prime English, Monday to Friday, 2 p.m. on DD News and TV.
Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs approves allocation of 1,800 10.56 crore rupees for Luhri Hydroelectric Project Stage 1. The project will be commissioned within a span of 62 months and will provide grid stability besides improving the power supply position in the state. Union Cabinet approves an MOU between India and Israel for healthcare and medicines. It facilitates exchange of pharmaceuticals, medical devices and physicians. There will also be increased cooperation on climate hazard assessment and control. The race between Donald Trump and Joe Biden is on a knife's edge with no clear winner as counting of votes remains on. The US is on course for its highest turnout in more than a century and a clear-cut result may not be known for days. Mumbai police arrest Arnav Goswami, editor-in-chief of Republic TV. Union Home Minister calls it an attack on the fourth pillar of democracy. Information and Broadcasting Minister says the arrest of the journalist brought back memories of the emergency. Editors Guild expresses shock and says state power should not be used against critical reporting by the media. Final round of campaigning for Bihar Assembly elections gathers momentum. Nitish Kumar holds rallies in Simanchal. In Champaran, BJP National President JP Nadda appeals to voters to retain the NDA in the state. Grand Alliance leader Tejaswi claims victory even before last phase. At a rally in Araria, Rahul Gandhi targets EVMs again. Dates for First District Development Council elections in Jammu and Kashmir announced. Polling to be held in 280 constituencies in 8 phases starting the 28th of this month. Refugees from Pakistan to exercise franchise for the first time in 70 years. Army Chief General Narwane arrives in Nepal on a 3-day visit. He'll meet Nepal's President and Prime Minister. The Army Chief will be awarded the honorary rank of a General of the Nepal Army. And India test fires enhanced version of Pinaka rocket system from Chandipur multi-barrel rocket launcher to replace Mark 1 Pinaka rockets developed by DRDO. Destroyer Ranvijay, frigate Shivalik, offshore patrol vessel Sukanya, fleet support ship Shakti and submarine Sindhuraj participate in day 2 of Malabar exercises in the Bay of Bengal. Namaskar, you're with the latest here on DD India. I'm Gautam Roy. Well, the Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs has approved allocation of 1,810.56 crore rupees for Luhri Hydroelectric Project Stage 1 and a green nod was given for total 4 MOUs. The Cabinet also discussed the fact that economy is coming back on fast track despite the COVID-19 pandemic.
With a view to promote clean energy in the country, in a landmark decision, the Union Cabinet has approved 1,810 crore rupees investment proposal of 210 megawatt Luhri Stage 1 hydropower project on river Satluj. The project is expected to be commissioned within a span of 62 months and when completed would lead to an annual reduction of 6.1 lakh tons of carbon dioxide from the environment.
इससे 2000 लोगों को प्रत्यक्ष और अप्रत्यक्ष रोजगार के अवसर मिलेंगे। हिमाचल को 1140 करोड़ रुपए की बिजली मुफ्त मिलेगी और जो प्रकल्प बाधित है उन लोगों को 10 साल के लिए हर एक परिवार को 100 यूनिट बिजली मुफ्त मिलेगी। तो ये सबके फायदेमंद एक नया इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर प्रोजेक्ट आज मंजूर किया है।
The cabinet also discussed the economic situation and noted that the economy is coming back on track at a faster rate than expected as per data from the second quarter.
जीएसटी पिछले साल के अक्टूबर में जितना मिला था उससे ज्यादा 1,05,000 करोड़ रुपए अक्टूबर महीने में प्राप्त हुआ। एक तरह से सभी क्षेत्रों में एक सतत मांग का विकास, सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट इन डिमांड, ये नजर आ रही है। जो इनपुट यूज करते हैं उत्पादन के लिए, उसकी खरीद भी बढ़ी है। यानी उत्पादन बढ़ने का प्लानिंग है और उत्पादन बढ़ रहा है, इसके लिए ज्यादा माल खरीद हो रही है, उसका इनपुट, ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है।
Union INB Minister Prakash Javadekar also said that farmers of Punjab had sold a record 158 lakh metric tons of paddy, which proved that they were happy. Javadekar further stressed on the benefits that farmers would get by selling produce at a higher MSP. The minister questioned the Punjab government over their support to commission agents rather than focusing on farmers' welfare.
इस साल सरकार ने ही खरीद किया जो हर साल होगा। यह बताया है कि सरकार की खरीद जारी रहेगी। इस साल 158 लाख टन सरकार ने खरीद किया है धान, और किसानों ने दिया है, लाखों किसानों ने दे दिया है। उनका विश्वास है नए सिस्टम में। किसी ने ये नहीं कहा कि मंडी बंद हो गई, एमएसपी बंद हो गया। जो दुष्प्रचार हुआ वो गलत था, ये भी सच साबित हुआ है।
Along with this, the cabinet has given its nod to total 4 MOUs. Cabinet has approved the Memorandum of Understanding between India and Israel on cooperation in the field of health and medicine and in the field of telecommunication ICTs with the United Kingdom. With inputs from Shailendra Mishra, Bureau Report, DD India.
So the Union Cabinet taking several steps for the benefit of the nation. Now the Maharashtra Police has arrested Arnab Goswami, Editor-in-Chief of Republic TV. Union Home Minister Amit Shah called it an attack on the fourth pillar of democracy. Information and Broadcasting Minister Prakash Javadekar said that the arrest of the journalist brought back memories of the emergency. Editors Guild has expressed shock and said the state bar should not be used against critical reporting by the media.
Freedom of press and journalism as it is in severe threat in Maharashtra. On a 2-year-old case on the charges of abetment of suicide, Maharashtra Police early Wednesday arrested Republic TV Editor-in-Chief Arnab Goswami and 2 others. The case pertains to suicide of a 53-year-old interior designer and his mother in 2018.
Arnab Goswami was physically assaulted in his house by 2 police officers. His house was cordoned off for 3 hours. There are abrasions on his hand here, on his left hand. So he appeals to the citizens of India to support in this case.
Raigad Police has arrested Arnab under Section 305 of the IPC. The centre has sprung up with all its might to denounce the cowardly act by the state. Union INB Minister Prakash Javadekar in a tweet slammed Maharashtra Police's attack on press freedom. He tweeted, "We condemn the attack on press freedom in Maharashtra. This is not the way to treat the press. This reminds us of the emergency days when the press was treated like this."
माँ बेटे का जो माफिया सरकार है, इसने केवल प्रेस के ऊपर आघात किया हो ऐसा नहीं। जब इनको फेवरेबल जजमेंट नहीं मिलता है तो ये चीफ जस्टिस ऑफ इंडिया तक को नहीं छोड़ते हैं। तो ये केवल प्रेस का विषय नहीं है, यह विषय हम में से प्रत्येक नागरिक का है।
The Editors Guild has also lambasted the government for this act and registered strong protest. The National Journalist Association has also expressed anguish. Many dignitaries from the media have condemned the act.
ये एक तरीके से ईमानदार, अच्छी पत्रकारिता करने वाले लोगों को एक मैसेज देने की कोशिश है कि या तो आप हमारी बात मानिए, हमारे डिक्टेशन में रहिए, अन्यथा हम आपको ऐसा ही परेशान करेंगे। ये पूरे जर्नलिज्म के डेमोक्रेसी, पूरे जर्नलिज्म के लिए खतरा है।
Home Minister Amit Shah tweeted, "Congress and its allies have shamed democracy once again. Blatant misuse of state power against Republic TV and Arnab Goswami is an attack on individual freedom and the 4th pillar of democracy. It reminds us of the emergency. This attack on the free press must be and will be opposed." Slamming Maharashtra government, Union Minister Ravi Shankar Prasad also registered his deep outrage and anguish.
प्रेस की आजादी पर इतना बड़ा हमला हुआ है, देश के एक बड़े संपादक को गिरफ्तार कर लिया है सवाल पूछने के कारण, और सोनिया जी और राहुल गांधी दोनों खामोश हैं, चुप हैं। यही दिखाता है क्योंकि कितने दोहरे मानदंड हैं।
Invoking emergency, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar tweeted, "Shades of the emergency. The arrest of Arnab Goswami is an attack on the freedom of press. Those who really believe in this freedom must speak up." Shiv Sena has defended the government's decision.
पुलिस स्वतंत्र है, उनके पास अगर कोई जांच के लिए
एक्शन के लिए कोई एविडेंस है तो महाराष्ट्र की सरकार और यहाँ के राजनेता कभी भी पुलिस की कार्रवाई में हस्तक्षेप नहीं करते।
Support is pouring in from all sides. Bollywood actress Kangana Ranaut, in a video message, questioned the Mumbai police. The police action comes close on the heels of police launching probe in the TRP scam, where also Arnab has been put under investigation scanner. Launching an attack on a TV journalist for raising issues and asking questions cannot be justified on any flimsy grounds. As per suicide abetment case, why has the police woken up from slumber after 2 years is a question that only they can answer. With inputs from Shishir Shelar in Mumbai, Bureau Report, DD India.
Now, it's a day after in the United States of polling day, but we don't have a winner just yet. Polls have closed, counting of ballots is on, but the full picture is yet to emerge. And we at DD India have been bringing you a 360-degree comprehensive coverage of the US election results. Now, according to the latest results, Joe Biden has got 224 electoral votes with 50% of popular votes, and Trump with 213 electoral votes has got 48.3% of the popular vote. And if you look at the crucial states that are really going to determine the course of who gets to 271, really the halfway mark, above the halfway mark, it's Arizona, where right now things are in the favor of Joe Biden, 52% for him and 47% for Donald Trump. And if we move on further and look at the other states that are still hanging balance and could determine the course further on, Florida, of course, has gone more or less Trump's way, 51.2% there, against Joe Biden getting 47.8% of the vote there in that state. If you look at Georgia, again, right now it does seem to be favoring Trump at 50.5%, and for Biden it's 48.3%. If we move on further, if we go to Iowa, again it is favoring Trump. It's 52.7% against Biden's 45.4%. Remember, the count is still on. Michigan, again favoring Trump in terms of how things are shaping up, 51 against 47% for Biden. And if you look at Minnesota, again 45% here. The picture is a different one, 53% in the favor of Joe Biden and 45% for Trump. Nevada, again, things very delicately balanced there. It looks even here, but I believe that Joe Biden has a slight edge in Nevada. And if you look at North Carolina, there Trump has edged past Joe Biden, although the difference here is narrower compared to many other states. Again, if you look at Ohio, here the margin is fairly large and comprehensive. Don't think that can be countered or caught up with. 53.3 for Trump, 45.2 for Biden. If you look at Pennsylvania, it does seem that it's quite wide over here, the margin. Trump leading with 55.1% and 43.6% for Biden. But in Pennsylvania, the counting of a lot of votes is still on. It's going to take time, maybe up till Friday. In Texas, that is pretty much in Trump's bag, 52.3% of the votes there, 46.2% for Biden. Wisconsin, if you look at that, again, very, very close contest there in Wisconsin. Some networks have been calling Wisconsin, as we speak, in the favor of Joe Biden, but official projections are still to come in on that, although he does seem to have an edge over there. But be it pollsters or punters, they just didn't see this coming. Election night turned into dawn and beyond the next day on the US East Coast, and now further on in the country as well towards the west. But a clear-cut outcome of the presidential mega battle between Donald Trump and Joe Biden is nowhere in sight. Projections remain too close to call, with key battleground states like Pennsylvania and Wisconsin far from delivering their verdict as millions of postal ballots remain to be counted. Biden has displayed a self-assured patience despite being down in key state contests, but Trump has declared himself winner, saying he'll go to the Supreme Court to stop the tabulation of yet-to-be counted votes. Here's more.
We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election.
I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election.
In the race to get 270 electoral votes, Biden is now projected to get 224. Trump stands at 213. Tight races in key battlegrounds of the Midwest and Rust Belt of Pennsylvania, Michigan and Wisconsin may take till Friday to deliver an outcome. The final result hinges on tens of millions of postal ballots yet to be counted. And while the Democrats are depending on them to pull Biden through, Trump has other ideas.
This is a major fraud in our nation. We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list, okay?
What grounds will the Trump camp use to question the legitimacy of the yet-to-be counted votes remains unclear. Biden's clear refrain was that he'll wait for the last vote to be counted.
We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying the votes is finished. And it ain't over till every vote is counted, every ballot is counted. It's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people. But I'm optimistic about this outcome.
It also remains a toss-up when it comes to legislative control. All 435 seats in the U.S. Congress went into concurrent polls, along with a third of the 100 seats in the Senate. Senate Republicans and Democrats traded losses. While Republican Senator Cory Gardner was defeated in Colorado by former Governor John Hickenlooper, the win was offset by the loss of Democratic Senator Doug Jones in Alabama, as veteran Republican Senators Lindsey Graham and John Cornyn fended off Democratic challenges in South Carolina and Texas. Uncertainty about the outcome remains the only certainty, putting America on edge. Voters turned out in record-breaking numbers, expecting a clear outcome, and in its absence, restlessness and tension builds up even in the streets outside the White House. Newsnight Desk, DD India. And Philadelphia City Commissioner Al Schmidt called upon the voters to exercise patience with regard to results as the counting of postal ballots is underway. He further stressed that results will be declared as soon as the counting is over.
I know that's very frustrating. It's frustrating for you. It's frustrating for us. But if you're going to get it right and you're going to prevent problems which jeopardize voters' votes, it's more important that we do it right than meet artificial deadlines. We're pushing out the results as quickly as we can. We're not holding anything back. You know, if we say like 9 o'clock, we don't want to hold till 9 o'clock. We want you to know and everybody know as soon as we have more votes to report.
Back home, final round of campaigning for Bihar Assembly elections gathered momentum. Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar held rallies in Simachal, whereas in Champaran, BJP National President JP Nadda appealed to voters to retain the NDA in the state. Grand Alliance leader Tejaswi Yadav claimed victory even before the last phase. At a rally in Araria, Congress leader Rahul Gandhi targeted EVMs once again.
After 2 rounds, the attention in the Bihar Assembly election has shifted to the remaining constituencies in the last phase. Incumbent Chief Minister Nitish Kumar, BJP President JP Nadda and UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath continue to hold the reins of the NDA's campaign in Bihar. Addressing rallies in Seemanchal area, Nitish Kumar brought to mention the chaos that ruled the area during the previous regimes. He also promised more power reforms in the area.
अभी तो आपको हर घर बिजली पहुंचाए हैं, अगली बार मौका दे दीजिएगा तो हर गांव में हम सोलर स्ट्रीट लाइट लगा देंगे, घर का बत्ती बुझाइएगा और रात भर गांव में उजाला ही उजाला रहेगा.
JP Nadda continued his tour of the state and urged the voters to vote the NDA back to power.
जंगल राज के युवराज विपक्ष के नेता थे, ये विधानसभा में एक दिन भी नहीं गए. विधानसभा, ये विधानसभा में विपक्ष का नेता गायब होना, ये व्यक्ति नहीं, ये बिहार की जनता के साथ धोखा है. इस बात को समझना चाहिए, इस बात को जानना चाहिए. इसलिए ऐसे लोगों को आराम दो और मेहनत करने वाले नीतीश बाबू को काम दो.
UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath also addressed people in Bihar and he reminded the people of the scams that have been tagged with the Congress-led regimes.
याद करिए मई 2014 में जब इस देश की जनता जनार्दन ने मोदी जी के हाथों में देश की कमान सौंपी थी, उससे पहले देश की स्थिति क्या थी? कांग्रेस और राजद का रोज एक नया घोटाला सामने आता था. कभी स्पेक्ट्रम घोटाला, कभी कॉमनवेल्थ घोटाला, कभी खाद्यान्न घोटाला, कहीं पर कोयला घोटाला और घोटाले पे घोटाले, घोटाले पे घोटाले उनकी एक प्रवृत्ति बन चुकी थी.
Handling the entire mantle of the Grand Alliance on his young shoulders, RJD leader Tejaswi Yadav seems to be walking a difficult path. He has claimed that the party is set to win the state after 2 rounds of polls. He continues to target the incumbent chief minister while reiterating his mastercard of 1 million jobs in the state if voted to power.
दोनों चरण जो है हम लोग जीत गए हैं और आपकी इस मजबूत संकल्प ने ये साबित कर दिया है कि बिहार असल मुद्दों पर चुनाव लड़ सकता है.
Congress leader Rahul Gandhi also addressed rallies in the state and targeted the EVMs, alleging malfunctioning of the machines.
EVM उसका नाम EVM नहीं है, उसका नाम MVM है, मतलब मोदी वोटिंग मशीन. मगर इस बार बिहार में युवाओं में गुस्सा है, युवाओं के दिल में गुस्सा है. तो चाहे वो EVM हो, चाहे वो MVM हो, गठबंधन जीतने जा रहा है.
In the last phase, votes will be polled for 78 seats. They will go up for grabs in 15 districts of the state. Counting will be held on the 10th of November. Bureau Report, DD India.
And Union Home Minister Amit Shah has reached Kolkata on Wednesday night. In a tweet, Amit Shah wholeheartedly thanked the people of West Bengal and the BJP's Karkartas there in the state for such love, warmth and support. Now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will chair the Virtual Global Investor Roundtable VGIR on Thursday. The VGIR is being organized by the Ministry of Finance, Government of India and a National Investment and Infrastructure Fund. It's an exclusive dialogue between leading global institutional investors, India business leaders and the highest decision makers from the Government of India and financial market regulators. Army Chief General M.M. Narvane is on a 3-day visit to Nepal. During his visit, which is on till the 6th of this month, he will be conferred with an honorary rank of General of the Nepali Army by the President of Nepal, Vidya Devi Bhandari. Apart from this, the Army Chief will meet Nepal Prime Minister K.P. Sharma Oli and his Nepali counterpart, Purna Chandra Thapa. Also, General Narvane will distribute medical equipment and ventilators to 2 field hospitals of the Nepali Army for dealing with the COVID-19 pandemic. And the first phase of the 24th edition of the Malabar Naval Exercise has been on in Visakhapatnam. Naval forces of India, United States, Japan and Australia are taking part in the exercise. It is being conducted as a non-contact exercise at sea in view of COVID-19 pandemic. The operations will showcase synergy and coordination among the friendly navies. Scheduled to be held in 2 phases, Phase 1 of Malabar 20 will witness complex and advanced naval exercises. These include surface, anti-submarine and anti-air warfare operations, cross-deck flying, seamanship evolutions and weapon firing exercises. Now, the second batch of Indian Air Force Rafale aircraft arrived in India at 8:14 p.m. on Wednesday. The Indian Air Force pilots brought home the second batch of 3 Rafale aircraft after flying non-stop from France in a ferry that lasted for over 8 hours. Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh congratulated the Indian Air Force for successfully accomplishing a highly complex mission in a professional and safe manner. So those are the images of the Rafale aircraft that have arrived. Remember, a batch had arrived earlier. It's stationed in Ambala, and this will only add to the strength of the Indian Air Force even further at a critical time when we do have a certain situation that is on right now in Ladakh. Now, the enhanced version of the Pinaka rocket system developed by Defence Research and Development Organisation, that's the DRDO, has been successfully flight tested from the integrated test range at Chandipur. A total of 6 rockets were launched in quick succession, and the tests meet complete mission objectives. Enhanced version of Pinaka rocket would replace the existing Pinaka Mk1 rockets, which are currently under production. And the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting has constituted a committee to review guidelines on television rating agencies in India. Prasar Bharati CEO Shashi Shekhar Vempati will be chairman of the committee. The committee will carry out an appraisal of the existing system, examine TRAI recommendations notified from time to time, overall industry scenario and addressing the needs of the stakeholders, and make recommendations for a robust, transparent and accountable rating system through changes, if any, in the existing guidelines. Now, in a landmark step, India's public broadcaster Prasar Bharati entered into a memorandum of understanding with Bhaskaracharya National Institute of Space Applications and Geoinformatics, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology today. Under the ambit of this MOU, 51 DTH education TV channels shall be available as DD co-branded channels to all DD Free Dish viewers. This move aims to bring quality educational programs to every household, including those in rural and remote areas. The services will be available free of cost for all viewers 24/7, in line with the government's commitment towards skill development and providing quality education to the last person in the country. This government initiative will go a long way in achieving the government's goal of providing education to all.
Today's MOU basically brings these 50 channels within the umbrella of Prasar Bharati through a collaboration between Prasar Bharati and BIZAG. As a result of this collaboration, all of these channels will have the Doordarshan co-branding, and they will become a part officially of the DD Free Dish platform, and the Doordarshan authorized set-top boxes will have a menu option where you can browse and discover these channels, and we see this as a very important step, especially in this environment during COVID-19.
Really critical in the current environment, as critical as it is to mask up. Have a good night and stay safe.
Hello and welcome to Virtual Encounters. I'm Abhishek Mahajan. When we think of Indian tennis, one name will always be on top, and that will be of Sania Mirza. She's with us, joining us live on DD News and DD India. She's winner of 6 Grand Slam titles, 14 medals, including 6 gold medals. Also recipient of Padma Shri, Padma Bhushan, Rajiv Gandhi Khel Ratna, Arjuna Award, whatnot, 42 WTA titles. Sania, welcome to DD News and DD India. Appreciate you taking out time. First of all, how have you been doing, and how are you dealing with these tough times?
Yeah, no, thank you for having me. It's been, I think, challenging for everybody in different ways. The pandemic, I think, has affected different people in different ways. But I think that, today we live in a time where we are starting to appreciate the small things in life. We're starting to appreciate going out for a cup of chai. We are starting to appreciate, just breathing without a mask in a park. So I think that there are things like that we are starting to appreciate. And I think at this point, I think, like I said, everybody had their challenges, and so did I. But I think that the most important thing is that we're healthy and we're safe and we have a roof and we've got food to eat. And it's been difficult times for the entire world the last few months.
Yeah, but Sania, sportspersons are mentally very, very tough, very, very strong. They are trained to handle difficult situations. But how did you prepare yourself to be without your husband, Shoaib Malik? And also give us some positivity. How did you deal with that situation?
I think you're right. I think sports people go through extreme pressure situations throughout their career and throughout their lives when they're competing. And I think that they are used to sort of handling a high pressured situation. But this was a situation that is difficult for anybody, sports person or not. And I think that I think sometimes people also tend to forget that sports people are also human beings, which have, the normal sort of feelings and mental health issues and stuff like that. Even sports people have that. Sure, they might be better at handling it, but at the end of the day, they do have those anxiety. I had certain anxiety attacks, for no reason. I didn't even know why I was having them, but it was obviously because the uncertainty around in the world. So I just think that it was very difficult for us, for for Izhan and I, my baby, that for 7 months we were not able to see Shoaib. We got stuck in 2 different countries, and it was challenging, of course, as a marriage also, but also it was challenging for our child to not be able to see his father at such a crucial juncture of his life when he's really growing up, and he's 2 in a few days, and to be able to meet him and to communicate and to learn from him, because they're the most impressionable at this age. So it wasn't easy, but the fact is that, like I said, we have learned to appreciate small things. We will learn to appreciate going to the gym. We've learned to appreciate being able to sit with friends whenever you feel like. We've learned to appreciate being around family. And so these are things that you've learned to appreciate. And I think that it's unfair if you only look at the negatives, because there were people in much worse situations than we were. So we should have, so that's how we dealt with it. We just tried to be as positive as possible. We try to just look at the positives and look forward to meeting each other. I mean, I came to Dubai a month and a half ago, so we saw each other after like 7 months, which was amazing, and not just for me but also for my son. So it was difficult, but we got through it.
Sania, you talked about your son. How's he? He'll turn 2 in few days. What are his birthday plans?
Yeah, well, time flies. I mean, now I understand when my mom used to tell me that you guys were just little babies and now you guys are 25, 30, and I used to not understand that. But I mean, he's already 2. I feel like I literally just had him, and it's already been 2 years, but it's been an amazing ride. And he's a very, very, touch wood, he's a very happy baby. So he's made my life quite easy.
Great. Sania, from tennis court to marriage and then motherhood, share with us, how has been the journey?
I mean, it's not really a journey. It's part of life, isn't it? You are saying everybody gets married and has kids. Not everybody comes back to doing what they do, especially as women. But I think that was one of the reasons that I came back, was because for me, I feel that as a woman, many times you feel that, oh, maybe you can't have it all. If you have a marriage, you cannot have a successful career. If you have a baby, then you cannot have an athletic career, or you can't come back. And the fact is that women can have it all. And for me, that's why it was one of my motivations to come back to playing tennis, is because I think there are a lot of people that look up to us as sports people, and it would be amazing for me to set an example for young women and young girls that just because you have a baby or you get married or you put on 23 kilos like I did, it doesn't mean your world ends. You know, it just means a baby is a new beginning to life. It's not the end of your life. And it's okay if you want to still follow your dreams. You must follow your dreams, because that's, for me, I got my inspiration from my child to come back to playing. And I think everybody should do what they love, really. So it wasn't really something that was not like a planned journey. And I think that if any man gets to do it, every woman should get to do it too. To the same thing, have a marriage, have a career, have a baby or whatever.
But Sania, there are so many amazing athletes who became mothers and came back. You are one of them, and Serena Williams is the biggest example. Azarenka is another one, Tatiana. But what motivated you? In fact, who motivated you to make a comeback after almost 2 years?
I think it was within more than anything. It was I had that inspiration. I felt like I wasn't done. I felt like I still had tennis left in me, and obviously I was right, because I came back and I won the first tournament that I played. I derived that inspiration, like I said, from my son. You know, he's too young to understand now, but hopefully one day when he understands, he'll understand the meaning that even after having me, my mother didn't forego her dreams. And that's the person I want him to know me as, that someone who always went after her dreams. And that's an example you want to set for your child as a parent. So he gave me that inspiration. My and as always, my family was always behind my decisions, so whether it was my husband or my parents or my sister. So yeah, it was, I think most of it was within myself. I think it was I always wanted to make that comeback.
And now you are ripping and running again. We'll see you on court soon.
Yeah, let's hope so. I mean, I'm just waiting for this pandemic to just settle down a little bit, because it's difficult with the toddler to travel the world with these in these times, right? So actually, I've been training and everything. It's just about getting back on the court, and so I'm just waiting. You know, maybe hopefully in a couple of months when things will settle down a little bit more, and when there's a bit more certainty, because I cannot really leave him and go. He's very little to just leave him and go for like an unlimited time, and I cannot travel with him week after week on a plane. It's difficult for me to do that. So I not only have to think of myself as an athlete, but I also have to think of myself as a parent. So that is the reason, you know, right now, this second, I'm not playing.
And also, Sania, motherhood must have taught you so many things in life. I mean, biggest would have been to be very, very patient.
Yeah, I think that motherhood, the most important thing that it taught me is that there is a selfless love that we have to give, and we don't realize that until you have a child. That you know, that especially as athletes, we are so bothered all our lives thinking about ourselves, about our warm-up and our routines and our matches and our practice and our diet, and everything revolves around us. And then you have a child, and automatically it doesn't revolve around you anymore. It revolves around the child. And it's not that you have to make it, at least I didn't, you don't have to make an effort for that to happen. It just happens, you know. It's the most natural instinct. So that's what it has taught me, that I had a selfless love inside me, which I didn't know that I had, that I would want so much for a little human being, that more for that human being than I want for anybody in this world, including myself. Yeah, I think it does teach you patience. I mean, if you're a parent, you'll know that the patience part is something that has to be there, but it also comes pretty naturally, at least to me. I didn't feel like, oh my God, I had to learn how to be patient. I think it just kind of comes with your own child. You just become patient. I mean, it's pretty amazing, because you don't know that you have that capacity to evolve as a person. And once you become a parent, mother or father, you begin to evolve into another better human being, I think.
Yeah, Sania, I can totally relate with you. I also have a 3-year-old daughter, and I cannot talk to anyone over the phone when she's around, so I can totally relate. But Sania, what is your goal now as a professional? Are you setting any goal, or you just want to enjoy your tennis? Like MS Dhoni says, he just want to enjoy his cricket. No goals, nothing at all. Till the time he feels comfortable, he feels fit, he'll play cricket. In your case, till the time,
Yeah, to be honest, I've always set very short-term goals. My short-term goal when I came back was to try to just be able to compete in a full tournament, because you don't know how physically you're going to adapt and how physically your body is going to change after you have a baby. So I always set short-term goals. For me, hopefully, I mean, one of my goals when I came back was obviously to play at my 4th Olympics, and that was something that I feel is probably, when I look back in 20 years, if I look back and I don't win that medal, is probably the only thing that's missing from what I would have loved to achieve. We came very close last time, and we came 4th, and we lost in the bronze medal match. But so for me, definitely Olympics is something that I am thinking about. Hopefully, well, you know, when I come back, and hopefully it happens next year as well. So I'm thinking about that, and I think that as far as enjoying goes, I mean, I think I can totally relate to what MS is saying. In terms of, I think I have always enjoyed my tennis, because the minute I didn't enjoy it, I didn't play. And that's exactly how I was. And I think that's actually a secret to sort of really being successful as well. You have to enjoy the pain, and you have to enjoy the monotony of it. You have to enjoy the wins. You have to even enjoy the losses to some extent. So I think that, you know, I think I can understand what he's trying to say. And yeah, sure. Like I said, I'm still fit. I feel good. And hopefully I still have a few more years of tennis left in me.
And also, Sania, you played, we go a little back, you played your last singles tournament in 2012, if I'm not wrong, and you then preferred playing doubles only, and then you did tremendously well. From 2012, you won 5 of your 6 titles after 2012. And was it a well thought of decision to play only doubles and leave singles?
Yeah, it was it was more than well thought. It was more of a necessity at that point. I had 3 surgeries, and I had 3 surgeries. I had 2 ankle brace injuries, and my body was just not able to cope after playing about 10 years of singles and doubles. And I was you know, I felt that even when I made the decision to stop playing singles, I was about 70 or 80 in the world. To put it in context, nobody has ever reached 70 or 80 in the world from the subcontinent as a woman, you know. So just to put it in context, I was still pretty good. I was still going to make the Grand Slam. But to me, being just there wasn't enough. For me, I'm too much of a perfectionist to do that, because I was not able to train how I wanted. I was not able to, you know, put in every effort. Like I felt that I was not supposed to be 70, 80. I felt my game was supposed to be much better, but my body was not allowing it. So it was one of the hardest decisions of my life, because, you know, it's very difficult when you're full. There's too many matches, your body can't take it. Or then make another goal and say, I want to become #1 in the world in doubles. And that was something that I thought that my body would allow me to do. And hence that decision was made. And obviously in hindsight, it was the best decision that I could have made. I mean, I was there for, you know, over 90 weeks. I was #1 in the world. I finished 2 year ends with #1. So it was the most, it was an amazing decision.
Sania, every sports person has highs and lows in their career. Can you share your best moments on the court? Maybe partnership with Martina Hingis, where you won back-to-back 3 titles, world #1, or anything else you want to share? And best moments on the court?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm fortunate enough to say that it's difficult for me to pick my best moments. I think it's a good problem to have. And, you know, whether it was winning 6 gold medals for India, whether it was representing India at the Olympics for the first time, whether it was winning a medal at the Asian Games when I was 15 years old, whether it was winning my first Grand Slam with a fellow Indian, Mahesh Bhupati, whether it was being the first woman ever to win a WTA title. You know, I mean, there are so many that I can come up with, whether it was beating Kuznetsova when she was the reigning US Open champion. She was 3 or 4 in the world at the time. You know, those were some of the biggest moments of my career and of my life. And obviously winning Wimbledon with Martina, us having that, you know, crazy streak where we didn't lose matches for over 40 matches. I think it was, I don't even remember, it was like 41 or 42 matches. We didn't lose for like almost half a year. We didn't lose a match. Whether it was becoming #1 in the world. And so I think that, you know, like I said, I'm fortunate enough to say that, you know, I've had all these moments which I can look back and say, I really can't pick five. I mean, I have or one. I have to say that there are all these moments that made my career very special.
Great, rightly put forward by you, Sania. And you want to share your tough times too, your lows maybe in your professional career?
Yeah, of course. I think that every athlete goes through lows, especially the longer the career, the more the lows will happen.
That's right.
Because
That's right.
it's pretty impossible to be peaking for a 20-year career. And I mean, I turned pro in 2003. We're in 2020 now, so it's very difficult to say, okay, I was peaking throughout the year. No, I mean, there were times when I had my wrist injury in 2008. I thought that my career was over at that time, and I had my surgery in 2009 end. I thought that it was done. I could barely even brush my own hair. I went through depression. I had a lot of mental issues, but also physical issues. And then I got married. My husband was the one who actually kind of inspired me and said, you should give it a try if your wrist is feeling better. I came back. And that year I won 2 medals at the Commonwealth Games. So I mean, things change, and always I think you have to adapt the situation. So I mean, I went through very low phases in my career and my life too, and like everybody else, like every athlete. I always tell people that you're very lucky that when you have a bad day, only you or your family know about it. When I have a bad day, or sports people have a bad day, the entire world knows about it. And then they have a comment about it and they write about it as well. So I think it's an office job, but it's a high pressured office job. So it's very normal to have lows and highs.
Yeah, but tough times, Sania, don't last, but tough people do. But Sania, you are saying that you are taking baby steps in the sense that you want to set short-term goals. Can we say that your next goal may be to participate in Olympics and then Tokyo next year, and then maybe try and win a medal?
Yeah, most definitely. I think that, Olympics is something that is every athlete's dream. And just like anybody else, I was able to compete in 3 of them. We came very close last time, and it was one of the most painful experiences of my career to not be able to win that medal, and even after having those 2 shots at that point. So that time, many people asked me, will you, it's okay next time, and I was like, no, there's not going to be a next time, because I knew that I was going to have a baby, and, I wanted to move on in life as well. And I didn't know if I was going to make a comeback. So today, after having a baby and after having a 2-year-old, I've made my comeback, and I've put myself in a position to compete again. And obviously, Olympics is something that was on my mind when I was making the comeback. I won't say that it was the only goal, but it was definitely there at the back of my head as a tennis player. So most definitely, I think if that happens, if Olympics happens, I'm able to compete there. Obviously, I'll be really excited to put myself in that position to be able to win a medal again.
Right. All the best for Olympics. And Sania, I don't know if it's too early to ask you, but maybe 10 years down the road, you want to take up coaching and give back to the sport at the grassroots level?
I already have a tennis academy, which is the Sania Mirza Tennis Academy. Yeah. So, I mean, I'm already in our own way. We give back there. We've got a international facility over there. We've got 12 courts. It's spread out on 4 acres. It's it's a facility that I dreamt that I could have had when I was a child. But we grew up on very different in very different circumstances. So I think that I don't know if I'm going to coach or I'm not going to coach, but I definitely think I'll be associated with the sport in some way or the other, because I think tennis is part of who I am, and it's very difficult for me to take it out of my DNA now.
And also, Sania, you are the best person to answer this question. How has sports changed over the years with several government schemes also coming up? One example is Khelo India Games. When you started playing and now when you see in 2020, what do you want to say? How the sports has changed?
See, I think that definitely we are a more sports aware nation now than we were 25 years ago. And I think that having hosted Commonwealth Games has given a huge boost to us as well. I always said this, and people always were like, no, because I think a lot of times people don't want to accept reality. But I said, we're not a sporting nation. It doesn't make us a sporting nation just because we follow Olympics for 1 week of every 4 years. We don't become, we are a cricketing nation. We are a complete cricket crazy nation, and that's amazing. Because my entire family is cricket crazy as well, including myself. But the fact is that other sports never really got that exposure, so to say. And I think after the Commonwealth Games as well, a lot of people realized that, wow, we've got champions in other sports as well, not just in cricket. And I think that was a huge boost. And definitely we are more aware. I think that the fact that we've got so many girls playing sport, and so many, I can talk about that because that was something that never happened 25 years ago. And now we've got all these girl champions who are coming out, and outside of probably the few cricketers, our biggest sports people are women, whether it is in badminton, whether it's in boxing, whether it's in wrestling, or whether it's in tennis. I mean, a huge a huge majority of them are women sports people who have brought laurels to the country. So I think that it's definitely changed. I think that the government has played a role in trying to bring more awareness. There's more, when you switch on the TV, there is more other sports shown on TV as well. I think that's very important. I very many times I see badminton being played. I see table tennis, which used to never happen before. Things like that as well. And there are various government schemes that have happened. We have become more health conscious as well, with the whole fitness campaign that has been launched by the government as well. So there are many things that have changed for the better. I still think we have some ways to go. But we are moving in the right direction.
Absolutely. Rightly said by you, we are moving in a right direction. But Sania, in someone's career, especially sports persons, criticism is part and parcel of the game. And now since social media has emerged very, very stronger, and now criticism is very, very easy. How do you deal with your critics? I mean, you you try to give them back, you ignore, or you tend to...
No, I don't deal with them, because actually I don't deal with them because if every athlete starts to sit and answer back to the critics, and starts to sit or every person who's in the media, I think that if they start to do that, they will lose their mind. Honestly, you have to find a sanity, and you have to find your own sanity. And today with social media, especially in the last 7-8 months, there's so much more hatred. I don't know if that's me or everybody notices that I think there's a lot more frustration around. There's a lot more people are a little bit more angrier, because I think because of the situation as well. You just have to, I always take social media with a pinch of salt, or even a fist of salt sometimes, the good and the bad. You just have to sort of take everything and take it lightheartedly. Having said that, I don't say that it doesn't affect you at all, because we are also human. So there will be a day or two, maybe in a few months, where I will feel a little bit more angry or hurt by a comment or by someone. But outside of that, I think if you're being true to yourself, you're giving your best and you're playing, it's only the people that are close to you that really matter.
Right. Sania, last two questions before we end it. How's Shoaib Malik? You watch cricket more after marriage, or he has started following tennis more after marriage?
No, not really. I mean, we've almost been married. We're going to be married 11 years in a few months. It's a long time. And I think that for me, I came from a family of cricketers. I came from a complete family of cricketers. My uncle played Ranji. My dad used to play cricket. My dad's cousin was actually ex-Indian captain of test captain. So I mean, we've had a lot of, and now my sister is also married into a cricketing family. She married Mohammad Azharuddin's son. So we have cricket all over. In our house, there's always sport playing. In one TV or the other, there's some kind of sport as well. So
okay. And how's he as a father?
He's really good. He's pretty hands-on. I think that, Izhan has grown a lot in the last 7 months, because, the growth spurt is very high right after they turn 1, and suddenly they're talking and they're saying so many things. But the most amazing part is, and this is what I said, khoon hota hai. Like there's a saying, when he saw his father after 7 months, he went straight to him. Like he would never go to people. He went straight to him. He didn't even, he's obviously very close to me because he's around me a lot. He just went straight to him. He said, let's go, I'll go in the car. And he was like, car. And he just like held his hand and he just went away. So yeah, he's a pretty hands-on father. And now he's getting to spend so much time with him as well. So it's really good.
Yeah, so sweet. Last question, Sania. What advice do you want to give to the sports persons who want to play sports professionally? no shortcuts and follow your dreams?
There's no shortcut in anything in life. That's the first thing I want to tell sports people or not. If you want to be good at something, you want to be successful, there is no shortcut. You have to work hard. You have to have a lot of dedication. You have to be very stubborn, because day after day you have to get up, especially sports people, and do the same thing every single day. You have to be ready to put in a lot of sacrifice, staying time away from your family, to traveling by yourself and all that stuff, and a lot of commitment. It's not a commitment that you make for 2, 3, 4 years. It's a commitment you make for 15 years, 20 years, like any other job. So yeah, it takes a lot of all those things, and so there's definitely no shortcuts to anything.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a word of advice coming from Sania Mirza. Thank you so much, Sania, for your time. You were superb with your answers, and we hope to see you on court soon, because you look the best there. Thank you so much, Sania.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. Bye.
Bye.
और इस गीत के बाद
All India Radio.
But won the first prize. बहुत romantically.
Ahead of the trade negotiations that are slated दिवस के साथ-साथ it has undergone 9 revisions. Coley with 903 rating points is 34 points behind Smith 900.
This is All India Radio. The news read by Anuja Kumar.
नमस्कार।
As the day unfolds and news and events take shape, we get you complete coverage of every news breaking in, tracking new developments as they happen. Midday Prime English, Monday to Friday, 2 p.m. on DD News and DD India.
Namaste land.
Marhaban ila al-Hind.
Zari India.
Salam India. Namaste India.
Namaskar Bharata.
Nous
sommes l'Inde.
Nahnu hunud.
India.
Ma Hindi Hasti.
Mung Hindian.
Salam Hindustan.
We are India.
Informative, incisive, intensive. Get your daily dose of news and analysis in English News Night every weekday at 9 p.m. on DD India.
Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs approves allocation of 1,810.56 crore rupees for Luhri Hydroelectric Project Stage 1. The project will be commissioned within a span of 62 months and will provide grid stability besides improving the power supply position in the state. Union Cabinet approves an MOU between India and Israel for healthcare and medicines. It facilitates exchange of pharmaceuticals, medical devices and physicians. There will also be increased cooperation on climate hazard assessment and control. The race between Donald Trump and Joe Biden is on a knife's edge with no clear winner as counting of votes remains on. The US is on course for its highest turnout in more than a century, and a clear-cut result may not be known for days. Mumbai police arrest Arnav Goswami, editor-in-chief of Republic TV. Union Home Minister calls it an attack on the fourth pillar of democracy. Information and Broadcasting Minister says the arrest of the journalist brought back memories of the emergency. Editors Guild expresses shock and says state power should not be used against critical reporting by the media. Final round of campaigning for Bihar Assembly elections gathers momentum. Nitish Kumar holds rallies in Simanchal. In Champaran, BJP National President JP Nadda appeals to voters to retain the NDA in the state. Grand Alliance leader Tejaswi claims victory even before last phase. At a rally in Araria, Rahul Gandhi targets EVMs again. Days for first District Development Council elections in Jammu and Kashmir announced. Polling to be held in 280 constituencies in 8 phases starting the 28th of this month. Refugees from Pakistan to exercise franchise for the first time in 70 years. Army Chief General Narvane arrives in Nepal on a 3-day visit. He'll meet Nepal's President and Prime Minister. The Army Chief will be awarded the honorary rank of General of the Nepal Army. And India test fires enhanced version of Pinaka rocket system from Chandipur multi-barrel rocket launcher to replace Mark 1 Pinaka rockets developed by DRDO. Destroyer Ranvijay, frigate Shivalik, offshore patrol vessel Sukanya, fleet support ship Shakti and submarine Sindhuraj participate in day 2 of Malabar exercises in the Bay of Bengal. Namaskar, you're with the latest here on DD India. I'm Gautam Roy. Well, the Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs has approved allocation of 1,810.56 crore rupees for Lohri Hydroelectric Project Stage 1, and a green nod was given for total 4 MOUs. The Cabinet also discussed the fact that economy is coming back on fast track despite the COVID-19 pandemic.
With a view to promote clean energy in the country, in a landmark decision, the Union Cabinet has approved 1,810 crore rupees investment proposal of 210 megawatt Lohri Stage 1 hydropower project on River Satluj. The project is expected to be commissioned within a span of 62 months and when completed would lead to an annual reduction of 6.1 lakh tons of carbon dioxide from the environment.
इससे 2000 लोगों को प्रत्यक्ष और अप्रत्यक्ष रोजगार के अवसर मिलेंगे। हिमाचल को 1140 करोड़ रुपए की बिजली मुफ्त मिलेगी और जो प्रकल्प बाधित है उन लोगों को 10 साल के लिए हर एक परिवार को 100 यूनिट बिजली मुफ्त मिलेगी। तो ये सबके फायदेमंद एक नया इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर प्रोजेक्ट आज मंजूर किया है।
The cabinet also discussed the economic situation and noted that the economy is coming back on track at a faster rate than expected as per data from the second quarter.
जीएसटी पिछले साल के अक्टूबर में जितना मिला था उससे ज्यादा 1,05,000 करोड़ रुपए अक्टूबर महीने में प्राप्त हुआ। एक तरह से सभी क्षेत्रों में एक सतत मांग का विकास, सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट इन डिमांड, ये नजर आ रही है। जो इनपुट यूज करते हैं उत्पादन के लिए उसकी खरीद भी बढ़ी है, यानी उत्पादन बढ़ने का प्लानिंग है और उत्पादन बढ़ रहा है। इसके लिए ज्यादा माल खरीद हो रही है, उसका इनपुट, ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है।
Union INB Minister Prakash Javadekar also said that farmers of Punjab had sold a record 158 lakh metric tons of paddy, which proved that they were happy. Javadekar further stressed on the benefits that farmers would get by selling produce at a higher MSP. The minister questioned the Punjab government over their support to commission agents rather than focusing on farmers' welfare.
इस साल सरकार ने ही खरीद किया जो हर साल होगा। ये बताया है कि सरकार की खरीद जारी रहेगी। इस साल 158 लाख टन सरकार ने खरीद किया है धान और किसानों ने दिया है, लाखों किसानों ने दे दिया है। उनका विश्वास है नए सिस्टम में। किसी ने ये नहीं कहा कि मंडी बंद हो गई, एमएसपी बंद हो गया। जो दुष्प्रचार हुआ वो गलत था, ये भी सच साबित हुआ है।
Along with this, the cabinet has given its nod to total 4 MOUs. Cabinet has approved the Memorandum of Understanding between India and Israel on cooperation in the field of health and medicine and in the field of telecommunication ICTs with the United Kingdom. With inputs from Shailendra Mishra, Bureau Report, DD India.
So the Union Cabinet taking several steps for the benefit of the nation. Now the Maharashtra Police has arrested Arnab Goswami, Editor-in-Chief of Republic TV. Union Home Minister Amit Shah called it an attack on the fourth pillar of democracy. Information and Broadcasting Minister Prakash Javadekar said that the arrest of the journalist brought back memories of the emergency. Editors Guild has expressed shock and said the state bar should not be used against critical reporting by the media.
Freedom of press and journalism as it is in severe threat in Maharashtra. On a 2-year-old case on the charges of abetment of suicide, Maharashtra Police early Wednesday arrested Republic TV Editor-in-Chief Arnab Goswami and 2 others. The case pertains to suicide of a 53-year-old interior designer and his mother in 2018.
Arnab Goswami was physically assaulted in his house by 2 police officers. His house was cordoned off for 3 hours. There are abrasions on his hand here, on his left hand. So he appeals to the citizens of India to support in this case.
Raigad Police has arrested Arnab under Section 305 of the IPC. The centre has sprung up with all its might to denounce the cowardly act by the state. Union INB Minister Prakash Javadekar in a tweet slammed Maharashtra Police's attack on press freedom. He tweeted, "We condemn the attack on press freedom in Maharashtra. This is not the way to treat the press. This reminds us of the emergency days when the press was treated like this."
मां बेटे का जो माफिया सरकार है, इसने केवल प्रेस के ऊपर आघात किया हो ऐसा नहीं। जब इनको फेवरेबल जजमेंट नहीं मिलता है तो ये चीफ जस्टिस ऑफ इंडिया तक को नहीं छोड़ते हैं। तो ये केवल प्रेस का विषय नहीं है, यह विषय हम में से प्रत्येक नागरिक का है।
The Editors Guild has also lambasted the government for this act and registered strong protest. The National Journalist Association has also expressed anguish. Many dignitaries from the media have condemned the act.
ये एक तरीके से ईमानदार, अच्छी पत्रकारिता करने वाले लोगों को एक मैसेज देने की कोशिश है कि या तो आप हमारी बात मानिए, हमारे डिक्टेशन में रहिए, अन्यथा हम आपको ऐसा ही परेशान करेंगे। ये पूरे जर्नलिज्म के डेमोक्रेसी, पूरे जर्नलिज्म के लिए खतरा है।
Home Minister Amit Shah tweeted, "Congress and its allies have shamed democracy once again. Blatant misuse of state power against Republic TV and Arnab Goswami is an attack on individual freedom and the fourth pillar of democracy. It reminds us of the emergency. This attack on the free press must be and will be opposed." Slamming Maharashtra government, Union Minister Ravi Shankar Prasad also registered his deep outrage and anguish.
प्रेस की आजादी पर इतना बड़ा हमला हुआ है, देश के एक बड़े संपादक को गिरफ्तार कर लिया है सवाल पूछने के कारण, और सोनिया जी और राहुल गांधी दोनों खामोश हैं, चुप हैं। यही दिखाता है